Raider Nation, what's going on? It's Mitchell Renz here, host of the Raiders Report, and you're watching our NFL trade deadline coverage. For those that do not know, trades must be made before 4 p.m. Eastern time today. So we're going to be counting it down. We're going to be talking about all the moves that have already gone down in the NFL, moves that could potentially happen. We'll talk about Montez Sweat, who was already traded today from the Washington Commanders to the Chicago Bears. We'll get into the latest here around Davante Adams. Will the silver and black eventually move on from Hunter Renfrow? Could Josh Jacobs be dealt today? Will the Raiders finally smarten up and fire Josh McDaniels? Also, happy Halloween to everyone who's tuning in and watching right now. For those of you wondering, what the hell am I dressed up as? Fat Bearded Dad was one of the MVPs of last week. He wanted Supergirl, or maybe Buddy Bear wanted Supergirl. So this is the best I could do, and if I am in your dreams tonight, I'm sorry for everyone who's watching. We got 500 people here in the building. Essentially, if y'all need to vent about the loss that was last night, because it was another pathetic performance by the Las Vegas Raiders on offense, and it's a shame because the defense played well. The defense forced 3 turnovers, had a pick 6. When you have Marcus Peters, who has more receiving yards than Michael Mayer, Trey Tucker, Davante Adams, Jacoby Myers combined, Hunter Renfrow combined, I mean, it just goes to show how much of an absolute joke that this coaching staff is, and it just shows how much of a joke this offense is. Got a super chat rolling in here. First up on the Raiders Report. Michael Yukon said, just fire McFailure for Raider Nation and my sanity. I mean, the fact that this guy still has the job, it really makes me wonder, what is it going to take? What needs to happen in order for the Raiders to finally, I think they know that they don't have the right guy. Like, there's just no way you can look at the product that is on the field and believe that, all right, this is the right move that we should end up doing. We should end up keeping McDaniels. I mean, you got Charles Woodson saying enough is enough. You got a player telling me after the game last night, it's time. You saw the frustration on Jacobs' face. You saw the frustration on Davante's face. You can sit up here and we can say all these different moves that the Raiders could potentially do, but at the end of the day, until you move on from McDaniels, it's just not going to matter. What up, Ruth? I think names got mixed up for the Crosby race. I won the first race, but another person was in the final race instead of me. He was the winner too. I'll have to look at it again, Ruth, but I appreciate you sending it in. Again, we did a Maxx Crosby signed jersey giveaway. I'll double check back there with Rolly. It was a late night. We'll get it squared away though, that I can promise you. What up, Michael? No trade matters until McFailure is jettisoned. Also, the special deal that I got for all of y'all today, I'm probably not going to drink too much unless somebody makes me hit the gong or something crazy like that. So every time somebody says fire McDaniels, I got my corn. I'm drinking a little bit of coffee here to help my throat from all the screaming last night. So every time you say fire McDaniels, I'm going to drink corn the long way, which might be bad with this hair. What up, Larry DM? Schultz reporting Davante asked the Raiders about a trade a month ago. Yeah, I saw that was the report from Schultz. However, I don't know how accurate it is because what Jordan Schultz said compared to what has actually been reported is, I think it's kind of, they're twisting the words a little bit. From what it sounded like was Davante Adams and his team got together with the Raiders and their side and basically had discussions about a potential trade. Not that Davante was asking to be traded and not, I think it was just more of them trying to do their homework. Davante did the right thing. He sat down with the Raiders coaching staff. He sat down with the front office, and they had the real-life conversation. Yo, are we actually going to try to win football games? Because if we're not actually going to try to win, then I want you to move on from me. One of the sources closest to me was said that they had that conversation the same time. Then a day later, Diana Rossini tweeted out that Mark Davis said that this team is in win-now mode. One of the reasons why the Raiders were in win-now mode is because after that discussion with Davante Adams, and Adams said, are we going to try to win? The Raiders told him yes. So then for that reason, he's like, all right, well, let's go out there. Let's try to win some football games. And despite the terrible, terrible football game that you saw last night, the fact that Davante had 7 targets, 1 catch, and 11 yards, he is not going to get traded. Davante Adams does not want to get dealt. He wants to be a Raider. He wants to figure this out. He knows that he's going to make a lot of money, and I think deep down he knows that McDaniels isn't going to be the head coach forever, and he's got to be able to sit there and realize Jimmy Garoppolo's, I would say right now, the 32nd best starting quarterback in the NFL, and then on top of that, you got Josh McDaniels, who is the worst head coach in the NFL. I mean, it can't get much worse than that duo right there. So what should the Raiders do here? Should they be buyers or should they be sellers at the NFL trade deadline? Remember, if a team needs to make a deal, they got to do it before this clock right here hits zero. Type B for buyers, type S for sellers. To the 850 people watching right now, shout out to all of y'all. I'm going to give some shout outs here in just a minute, but I got to show some love to today's sponsor, PrizePicks. And even though I lost my PrizePicks Monday Night Football, last night I took the more on Jared Goff, which I hit. I took the more on Amon-Ra St. Brown, which hit. And what I went with, and it bit me in the you-know-what, I took less on Josh Jacobs' total touchdowns. And go figure, the only touchdown that the Raiders score is with Josh Jacobs. But you know what? I had fun playing, and I think you guys can too. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. And even if some people out there like, Mitch, I don't even want to do this on Raiders games. Well, hey, you could do it with NFL. You can have fun with NBA. You could even do like a combo of Steph Curry three-pointers and receptions by Michael Mayer. Like, you can do a lot of different things, and usually it's more like three-pointers with Steph and catches with Davante Adams. My picks for this week, I'm going quarterbacks, and I'm going to go more here. Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals, that offense has been churning, and the fact that they can't run the ball, I think I'm expecting a high-scoring game against Buffalo. C.J. Stroud, I did that one for Chugs. Give me the more on that one. And then Patrick Mahomes, give me the more in passing yards. I think he's going to have a little bit of a bounce-back game in a big-time moment and a game that they need to win, and they got to prove some people wrong. So if you want to play PrizePicks, go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. PrizePicks is daily fantasy sports made easy. Let's go to Randy. What up, Randy? It's so nice to see the defense playing well. Shame that the offense is historically ass. The offense right now is historically ass, and it's one of the problems that's super frustrating because entering the year, the Raiders spent somewhere around, I don't know, a little over $100 million. They had one of the top 5, top 6 highest paid offenses in the league. You get a head coach that gets to pick his quarterback, and not only did he pick his quarterback and miss drastically, I mean, it's just been one of the biggest disasters that I've seen in quite some time. And what's the most frustrating part is McDaniels just going to do what McDaniels always does. He comes up with one system, he sticks with it, and that's all he's ever going to do. And the problem is the system doesn't work. The system is made by Tom Brady, not Josh McDaniels and the Patriots. What up, Miguel? Fire McDummy, embarrassing, smarten up Mark Davis. I mean, when you get a guy like Raider Cody, like, that's my brother right there, OG Oakland Raider fan, like, he flat out said, bro, I'm not going to Raiders games anymore because of Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels, I really truly believe, is the most hated Raiders coach of all time. And I get it, Lane Kiffin's going to be up there as well. But legitimately, do you think Josh McDaniels is the most disliked Raiders coach of all time? Why for yes and for no? Because it's got to be up there. When you got players, when you got coaches, I mean, at this time, enough is enough. I don't know what else we could possibly look at here. I mean, let me know. Why for yes and for no? Dennis Allen was one too. That's fine. I'm talking worst head coach in Raiders history. Or it's not even worse. It's the most disliked because when you have a team, and I get it, the Raiders were 10-7. They backed their way into the playoffs back in 2021. But considering the fact of how bad they were this year and how bad the offense has been, like, this might be one of the worst 3-5 teams in NFL history from a scoring standpoint. You have yet to put up 20 points in a game. The Raiders' offense, and out of the last 11 games ran by McDaniels, only one of those games they scored more than 20 points on offense, which is led by Jarrett Stidham. the excuses are piling up here time and time again. I mean, imagine an offense with Josh Jacobs, the rushing leader, Davante Adams, one of the best receivers in the NFL, Jacoby Myers, a top 25, top 30 receiver if he actually had a decent QB. You have one of the best slot receivers in the game in Hunter Renfrow. You got a good young tight end, Michael Mayer, who continues to show that he's getting better and better. And you can't put up 20 points. It's laughable, man. What up, Daniel Caps Keenan? We have a team meeting and the offense played the worst game of the season. Boy, meetings are good, aren't they? Talk is cheap, and that's what Josh McDaniels does best. He talks cheap. It's just an ever-ending cycle of bullshit, you knows, At the end of the day, man, you got to be able to not only find a problem, but find a solution. The problem with McDaniels is he's looking in the wrong place. If McDaniels wants to find the problem to the Las Vegas Raiders offense, it's simple. He needs to open up a door, probably to his bathroom, and he needs to look in the mirror. And then you have it solved. That's it. And get rid of Jimmy G. What up, Mr. Shelby? It's crazy that Marcus Peters has more yards than our wide receivers on Monday Night Football. Stay strong, Raider Nation. Marcus Peters, 75-yard pick six. I mean, the defense played their freaking hearts out yesterday, and, I got people that are blaming the defense for this and that. Also, shout out to all the girls out there that got this much hair. This is unbelievable. But, you got a defense that showed up. They played well. They showed out. That's one of the best defensive performances they've had, and people don't realize how bad the Raiders were yesterday because the score was 26-14. I mean, I said it yesterday in the postgame show. I said it over and over and over again. The Raiders were outgained by the Detroit Lions yesterday by 329 yards. Think about that. 329 yards. The only other team in the NFL that has been outgained more in a single game is when the Denver Broncos lost 70-20. So I get the score was 26-14, but for those that actually watched the game, you're lucky the Lions didn't beat the Raiders by 30 points. And now that I'm sitting here, wondering, could that have made it different? If the Lions would have won by actually 30 points, because I think it's kind of funny that the national media is like, oh, the Lions bounced back. The Lions played terrible last night. They looked like a despicable team. The problem was, or the benefit to Detroit was they just played a team that was worse. They played a team that was worse. Yes, and if anybody is wondering what the hell my costume is, shout out to Fat Bearded Dad. It's Supergirl. What up, Carlos? Mitch, you think if I start a GoFundMe to buy the Raiders, it'll work? LOL. Also, Raiders for life, even in the bad times. I mean, I can rally together Mount Raider more, and, we get Ira Jackson, a few of the goats from the Silver and Black Hills, but as much as I would love to be able to do that, it's not going to happen, man. It's not going to happen. To the 1,000 people, who needs a little bit of good news? To the 1,000 people that are watching right now, who needs a little bit of good news? If you're like Mitch, it's Halloween. I can't even say happy Halloween after that Monday night game, so we're just going to say Halloween. I'm just going to say morning to everybody out there. If you're in need of a little bit of good news, I want you to type me down below. 1,100 people here. If you're in need of a little bit of good news, I need you to type me. King Sanchez, Abel Beloso, G Money. What up, Just Nick? I got Ryan Shiner, Jeff, Alex X, Zalesbo, Taino Raider. I'm going to tell you what our good news is, and then I'm going to show you the trade that already happened today, not around the Raiders, but around Montez Sweat, and we'll also track some of the other trade rumors, maybe some Raiders trade targets out there on top of that. But, man, I need all y'all right now. A nice little warm welcome. I'm not going to scream too much, and I don't think he's going to scream either, but it's good to have him back off the concussion protocol. Everybody welcome in Jeremy Chugs.
Let's go.
What up, Mr. Chugs? He's back.
Go.
He's back, and I think he's dressed up as somebody who lost in a boxing match. I'm not really sure. Maybe a zombie.
I'm dressed up as Jake Paul.
Oh, that makes sense. I like it. You look good.
Thanks.
It's probably the best Jake Paul's ever looked.
Appreciate it. All I need is some Prime, but I'm more of a rain guy anyway.
Hell yeah, man.
But
what's up, Florida final boss?
Appreciate all the good wishes. I'm going to be chilling out with y'all today. A little bit more of a relaxing day, but hopefully the Raiders trade for Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, hopefully. I would trade Josh McDaniels for a tuna sandwich. And you can keep the crust on it.
You don't even like tuna.
Oh, I'm telling you right now. You could think of the worst. I would eat a tuna sandwich with the spiciest gummy bear and chip boot blend you could make if it meant that they're firing that guy today. God, I hope so.
I appreciate all the well wishes. Wow. Yeah, my head really did get banged up. I appreciate all the well wishes. I got all the DMs and everything, so I appreciate y'all.
Again, I want to clarify this because Jordan Schultz is kind of doing some false reporting. He said that the Raiders and Davante Adams had a conversation a month ago, and Davante talked about a potential trade. They didn't talk about Davante potentially getting dealt. They talked about where this team was overall. So I just want to clarify this again. Davante Adams has never asked the Raiders for a trade. What Jordan Schultz is reporting is not 100% accurate. It was a conversation about where the team is at, and they wanted to make sure that Davante wasn't wanting to go anywhere. Davante said, I'm not going anywhere. That's when then the report came out that said that the Raiders are, in fact, win-now mode, because that's one of the things Davante wanted. What up, Dylan? Tired of wasting my time and money on an organization that doesn't care. Al would be so disgusted what has become of his Raiders. Al was so devoted to this team. This was his life. Mark resigned. I mean, to me, I think one of the biggest things that a man can do in their life is admit when they're wrong. And that's why sometimes I struggle with McDaniels. But I do think that there has to come a time where Mark Davis has to look at himself in the mirror and say, I don't know if I'm cut out to be the owner. Like, he can still run the Raiders from a ownership standpoint, but he's just got to take everything out of his hands and totally hand it over to somebody else. And same thing with McDaniels. They got to look himself in the mirror and be like, hey, I'm not cut out to be a head coach. Jimmy Garoppolo's got to look himself in the mirror and say, you know what, I'm not cut out to be a starting quarterback in the NFL anymore.
Bad news.
What?
We have some Chiefs fans in the chat.
What, like a Chiefs fan?
Yeah.
That's Jeff. My name is Jeff KC. Get him out of here.
Jeff A.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
F you, Jeff.
Get that guy out of here.
Get effed.
Shout out to the nation out there. Let's get some FKCs from Raider 508. Raider 508 always pulls up to the scene. If you want to shout out here on the Raiders Report, FKC. I got Alex X, Rene Rodriguez, Jeff Garcia, Blue Richards, Vincenzo, People, Ryan Sinner, Arturo. What up, man? I got Malachi, Primo, Hellcat Q, Chugs, which actually, this is totally random. How close are we to 151,000 subs? We got to be right there. What's the live sub counter?
Let's take a look.
When I looked at it this morning, I was like, bro, we're going to hit that during NFL trade coverage live.
I didn't know where you were going with that.
What?
We're there.
We're hit it?
We hit it.
Good job, everyone. Good job, everyone. I was going to say, I knew we were right there.
You're like, well, what I was about to say is irrelevant.
Yep. Now we got to get to 152. Got to get to 152.
Darth Nilius Dad.
What up?
A little late to the show. Chances McDaniels is fired mid-season and interim head coach candidates. Funny enough, Darth, we actually did a video on that.
Yeah, Darth, if you want to go check it out, look up Josh McDaniels replacements on YouTube, and you're either going to get the video that I made about a month and a half ago, which is like all the candidates for next season. But I just made a video last week. It's all the interim coaches. So, I mean, you're going to be looking at Rob Ryan. You're going to be looking at Patrick Graham. I think those are probably your top two candidates to get it. Watch out for Edgar Bennett, the wide receivers coach who's been there for a really, really long time. To me, though, if you were going to make the move and if you were going to fire McDaniels, to me, there's two times that you can do it. You can do it this week, okay? But I'll admit, putting him on a little bit of a shortened leash would be, or like the new interim coach, you're giving him a short week. That doesn't really help. So usually it happens during the bye week if it does end up going down. The reason why I'm kind of curious and why they might not do it this week, it's because I'm a big believer that Aiden O'Connell is going to start this week, and they're going to roll with Aiden O'Connell up against the New York Giants, up against the New York Jets in back-to-back weeks, try to get the ball rolling in the right direction here. Yeah, then you're going to have a tough game against the Miami Dolphins, and then, you're going to have a tough game against the Kansas City Chiefs. But to me, if you don't fire him now, the only other date that I'm legitimately going to be looking for is probably going to be Week 13 when the Raiders are on their bye. I mean, I don't know what else Mark Davis needs to see, and he's just got to know deep down that he knows that he made the wrong hire yet again and that Josh McDaniels doesn't even – Josh McDaniels has no business being anywhere near anything rated, and it literally makes my stomach sick, and it makes me just super pissed off the fact that last week the Pro Football Hall of Fame put Josh McDaniels in the Hall of Fame next to the Raiders' 500th victory football. There's a visor of Josh McDaniels. There should be nothing in the NFL Hall of Fame Raiders related with Josh McDaniels. I'm telling you that right now. Let's go to Jacob Peters, and if you want to get the clown out of here, again, we got to keep turning up the heat. When the Raiders post something on Twitter, fire Josh McDaniels. When the Raiders post something on Instagram, fire Josh McDaniels. Anytime you get an opportunity to be heard, I need y'all to be loud. I can be loud. Jacob Peters can be loud. Fat Bearded Dad can be loud. Chugs can be loud. But we are deafening when we all rally together, and that's what we need to do right now. We just got to keep turning up the heat. Also, a report here from Dan Graziano around Josh Uche, the outside linebacker of the New England Patriots. The Patriots are, in fact, listening to offers, and one of the players that I talked about that the Raiders have been interested in, and they've made a few calls, is, in fact, Josh Uche, the outside linebacker. Had some relationships with Ziegler, has some relationships with Josh McDaniels, is a good player, had 12 sacks last season, and would definitely help out this Raiders defense. What up, Fat Bearded Dad? Please tell me the good news. Josh McDaniels was fired. Keep your fingers crossed, Fat Bearded Dad. I told Alex last night, I got home at probably like 1:30 in the morning, I want to say, and then I had to eat something. I was hurting. I was a hurting guy, so I fell asleep. Right before the breaking news around the trade, James Harden trade, I woke up then at like 3 o'clock in the morning in a daze, and I had no idea what the hell was going on. Working on about 5 hours of sleep, but I told Alex, I was like, if it happens today, I'll see you on Wednesday. If it happens today, I'll see you on Wednesday. If you want wall-to-wall coverage when the Raiders fire Josh McDaniels, 24 straight hours here on the Raiders Report. What up, diehard Raiders Report fan? And today, y'all, we're just live for the NFL trade deadline. If any big-time news happens, we will break it down for all of y'all out there. And we're just going to keep on counting it down. NFL teams need to make a trade by this time right here, 4 p.m. Eastern time. Dressing up as Josh McDaniels for Halloween. Send me a pic. If anybody out there wants to dress up as Josh McDaniels, if anybody wants to dress up as anything Raiders related and you want to tweet it at me, you want to tag me, please do so. At Mitchell Renz 365, I'd love to see what type of costumes that we're able to create today. Maybe some of the better ones, if I get them, I can put them up here on the show. What, the hair? Oh, dude, my arm's going to be tired by the end of the show. I was thinking about... See, I tried, but my head, with the headphones, it just wouldn't work. Maybe if I just go, like, totally one-sided. Dude, I'll tell you what, this hair feels weirdly, like, real. I already texted Alex. I'm like, Alex, just so you know, I'm going to have blonde hair on me when I get home. But you want to talk about the ultimate, like, chess playing checkers move. Facts. What up, G-Bubs? Could we get a first for JJ, and what quarterbacks could we get next year? I'm saying right now, you're going to get a 4th-round pick for Josh Jacobs. Like, you're not going to get a first. You're not going to get a second. You're not even going to get a third, I think, at this point because of how bad Jacobs, unfortunately, has looked. And, yes, the offensive line hasn't been great, but to me, the biggest reason why Josh Jacobs has struggled this season is because of your quarterback play, because of the guy calling your offense. It's super predictable. You got teams calling out plays. One of the players that I talked to last week said it's very frustrating when the Chicago Bears are calling out your play right before you're getting ready to call hike because they know exactly what you're going to do because you're super predictable. And that's extremely frustrating, which is hurting Jacobs. On top of that, Jacobs hasn't been nearly as effective as what he was last season. And, it was a very unpopular opinion for a lot of people, but I said, when you don't show up, I get you're Josh Jacobs, but if you're not in football shape, it's a lot different than Jacobs. Plain and simple, doesn't have the burst, doesn't look like he has the strength. Maybe he's just not motivated this season. I'm not really sure what it is overall, but he's clearly not the same running back that he was last season. And then in terms of quarterbacks for next season, you got to draft a QB. I don't want Josh McDaniels to pick that quarterback. I want McDaniels to have absolutely positively nothing to do with the quarterback that the Raiders end up getting next. Also, coming in here from Ian Rappaport, the Commanders may not be done. They are now taking calls on former number 2 pick Chase Young. So for those that do not know, the trade that happened earlier today was Montez Sweat was traded to the Chicago Bears for a second-round pick. So Montez Sweat to the Chicago Bears for a second-round pick. These were the trade details, and any time that we get some information here around a trade that ends up going down, I'll do my best to keep you guys up to date on it. But the Commanders right now, we'll see what they end up doing. I know the Raiders were one of the teams that were showing some interest in Montez Sweat as a potential replacement for Chandler Jones. I'll be real with y'all, as much as I wanted Sweat, it doesn't make a lot of sense for the Silver and Black to give up their second-round pick in 2024 on a player that's going to be a free agent this offseason. Sure, I would have anticipated, and I anticipate that the Bears are going to extend him and give him a little bit of a longer deal. But realistically, for the Raiders that might have to trade up to get a quarterback, you're going to need that second-round pick in 2024. So to move on from a second-rounder, it just doesn't make sense for this current roster. What up, Tim? Worst case scenario, if we're too good to get Caleb or Drake in the draft, are there any CJ Stroud type talents behind those guys, or do we trade? No way AOC is the best we get for a starter next season. I mean, I'll tell you this right now. First off, like you're acting like CJ, like looking for a CJ Stroud type. He was the number 2 overall pick in the draft, right? So I think CJ Stroud, for what he's been able to show, I mean, he's probably like the Drake May. I still think that May is a better overall quarterback talent and will be in the NFL. And Caleb Williams has been interesting, but yeah, I'll tell you this right now. The Caleb Williams hype train is starting to slow down a little bit. He's been one of the worst quarterbacks in college football against pressure, and you're going to get a lot more pressure. It's actually a stat that I look at very closely at being able to understand how good a QB is going to be able to be at the next level, because the pockets that you throw in at USC, the pockets that you throw in college are way, way more comfy than what you're going to be throwing in the NFL. And if Caleb Williams is already struggling against pressure, it's something that NFL defensive coordinators are going to look at, and they're going to be able to scheme up, and I think he's going to struggle here a little bit. What is he saying? According to Adam Schefter, in terms of would the Raiders trade Davante Adams, according to Adam Schefter, not a chance in hell. That's an actual quote. Not a chance in hell the Raiders trade Davante Adams. So for everyone out there that keeps on pushing this Davante Adams trade scenario, no chance in hell. Per Adam Schefter, okay? But there are some good quarterbacks out there. I mean, to me, you have one of the best quarterback drafts in quite some time. Like, I love me some Penix Jr. That guy, he has really, really impressed me. And then the QB from Duke, Riley Leonard, actually has also impressed me quite a bit. But this is a talented quarterback group coming out. To me, though, if you're the Raiders, like they thought about trading up for C.J. Stroud last year. That's been very well documented, reported here on this show and other shows out there. But to me, if you were willing to trade up for, potentially to go up to 1 or number 2, then I think next season, like there's an opportunity where you could do the exact same and you could get aggressive. Like if I'm a head coach and I'm the brand new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders, I'm going to try to get aggressive because I have nothing to lose. I have only everywhere to gain because of how bad McDaniels in the previous regime was. I just hope that it's not McDaniels making the decision. But hey, we'll have to see.
Do you know what else is impressive?
Yeah.
The last-minute deals you could get at Game Time.
Oh, wow. If you want to see a shit show like, I don't know, Supergirl in Las Vegas, you can do it. If you want to go watch the Raiders, I don't know why you would, but you can also save some money with our sponsor, Game Time. Personally, Game Time tells me all the time, like, oh, man, you can get great seats for comedy shows. The Las Vegas Raiders are probably the best comedy show right now out in Las Vegas, and if anybody wants to get started with our deal, download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code RaidersChat for $20 off your first purchase. Forget about planning months in advance. Game Time has deals on tickets right up to the day of the event. Get exclusive flash deals on tickets for football, basketball, baseball, concerts, comedy, and theater, and a whole lot more. It's the perfect app for buying tickets when you're planning on visiting Las Vegas. Over the last weekend, I was thinking about buying some World Series tickets. I went to Texas Live and watched the prices go down, down, down. I didn't pull the trigger because I'm still trying to save up, for a wedding and whatnot. But if you're like me and you're looking for last-minute ticket deals because you're like, shit, I'm free, let's go to a World Series game, Game Time is the app for you. Let's go to my guy Michael Yukon here. What up, bro? Still believe McPhaillier will be fired during the off week, gives Davis the time to make the move. That's kind of what I'm thinking as well. Like it's very rare for teams to like fire a head coach that's not during a bye week. However, like just watching what happened last week yesterday against the Lions was something to keep an eye on. To me, though, what usually happens right before a coach gets fired, again, it's the smoke before there's the fire. What I'm going to be looking for this week around the Raiders is somebody else calling plays. Like, I don't know what Mick Lombardi does. I'm convinced that they just gave him the offensive coordinator title and they just tell him to sit in a corner and, I don't know, play with a Rubik's Cube or, God, maybe even play with something else. I'm not sure what it is. But to me, you got to look at McDaniels and say, hey, it's time for you to be a head coach. You obviously can't do this whole play calling thing. You got to turn the play calling over to Mick Lombardi. Like, I'm not confident in Mick Lombardi by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, during the preseason, Lombardi did not look very good in the game that he called. But, like, what do you have to lose? This Raiders offense is one of the worst offenses that I've seen in a long, long time, considering of how much talent that they have on this team. I mean, it's time to make a change. So if you're going to sit up here and you're going to tell me we're not going to fire McDaniels, smarten up this and that, it doesn't make any sense. Well, I hate to break it to you. You got to try something. You got to do something different. And I think that the answer is by going with somebody else calling the plays. I mean, I think you have to do it at this point. You might have to just put a different guy out there to call plays. And I don't think Mick Lombardi's very good at it. You're probably going to get a very similar vanilla offense. But to me, if you're going to continue to roll out Jimmy G, which I hope by now, people who have watched me, I've said Aiden O'Connell gives you the best chance to win, and I've said that for a long time because I believe anybody with eyeballs can see how bad Jimmy Garoppolo and anybody with half a brain would have known that Brian Hoyer was also going to be bad at football, and I get it. Not as many people watch as much football as somebody that it's their full-time job, but this is my job, and I put a lot of time and effort into this Raiders team. So when you got people that say that Jimmy Garoppolo gives the best chance to win, that Brian Hoyer gives the best chance to win, it's a slap in my face. And then when it comes from somebody like your head coach, I'm like, what do you look at all day? Like, how does somebody who's literally not there with the players know better than what's actually going on in the organization? It's mind-blowing. It's just super, super frustrating. But to me, if McDaniels wants to even kind of save his job, he's got to start Aiden O'Connell this week and hope that Aiden O'Connell is the answer to that Raiders offense. I have confidence in Aiden, but I'm not going to sit up here and say he's going to be able to fix Josh McDaniels. What up, Cruisin'? F McDaniels, F Jimmy Garoppolo, F Mark Davis, F Taylor Swift, and why not? F Chugs. Winky face. What up, Cruisin'? And only love here for Chugs. Only love here for Chugs because I didn't know if he was going to show up to work today.
Get off my lawn.
I got it was going to be a game time decision. Got a little bit nervous, and then all of a sudden,
$20 off with code Raiders Chat.
Yep, game time decision. I was like, what? And then when he showed up today, I mean, the entire offense. It's a blur right now. It's a blur. Oh, boy.
Allie should know. It's in the plaza.
NFL trade deadline coverage here. Mitchell Renz, Jeremy Chugs. I'm Supergirl. Jeremy was supposed to get dressed up, but hopefully you guys can understand him. I mean, you kind of have face makeup on.
Yeah, I was supposed to do a bunch of face makeup, but I don't know if painting my nose right now would be the best idea.
It's like, I mean, it would take away the bruising.
Yeah.
There you go, and you're good. There you go. Will, not quite. What up, Pat? I see social. I don't know what that was. Michael Anderson. At this point, I'm just sad. I desperately want my devotion to this team to mean something, and it doesn't seem like it will until Josh McJoke is gone. It is rebuild time, in your opinion. I mean, it shouldn't be rebuild time. Like you spent all this time, all this money on trying to go out and trying to build an offense, right? Like you spent the amount of money that the Raiders spent on the offensive side of the football, and for the results that they've gotten, the Raiders don't even think that they're in rebuild mode, right? Like when McDaniels went out and got his veteran quarterback, you get a veteran quarterback like that when you think that you have a chance to win now. It's another swing and miss for Josh McDaniels. So to me, I hope that something can happen sooner rather than later. But, like, I agree that nothing's going to change until you fire Josh McDaniels, but they still have an okay roster. Like, there's still a lot of missing pieces. I'm getting a little bit frustrated that the Raiders aren't playing some of their younger guys because nobody's getting playing experience. And one of the reasons why there were some players frustrated in that locker room, it's because no matter what they do, McDaniels just has his guys, and he's just going to put them in over a lot of other players that deserve time. But, Michael, I feel your frustration. I know that I'm not the only one, and I know that you're not the only one. But, hey, if you feel like you're wasting time with the Raiders, I want you to be able to come here and vent on the Raiders Report because we got 1,400 people watching this live show right now that care about the Raiders that just need to vent. And I get it. This is a YouTube show. I love doing beer bongs. I love celebrating. But I also do this because it's a therapy session for me. And after watching the Raiders this entire season, I need as many free therapy sessions as I can possibly get.
I see a lot of people asking
what
in the chat. I know Mitch told people yesterday, but basically I fainted and fell on my face. There's no other way to put it. I fainted and fell on the concrete on my face, and I took a bunch of tests. My heart is fine. I got that dog in me, but yeah, I was severely dehydrated, lack of sleep, and I just passed out. So that's why I didn't fight McDaniels, unfortunately. I passed out.
Yeah, I mean, I was wondering if you locked your knees because that was something that I've heard of people passing out when they lock your knees, but it sounds like just needs a little bit more water.
Now I was passed out, so I obviously don't know. From people around me though, apparently it was walking and then just.
I mean, luckily your face broke your fall.
Dude,
could have been worse.
This nose, I don't know how it's not broken. I literally broke my fall with my nose.
It's the strongest nose in the galaxy. I mean, shout out to that nose, man. But luckily, Jeremy is okay. I've also seen people are asking me if I'm Taylor Swift. I am not Taylor Swift. I am Supergirl, courtesy of Fat Bearded Dad. So if anybody's wondering what my Halloween costume is, I am Supergirl, which it was funny because Fat Bearded Dad, one of the MVPs, I said, if you're one of the MVPs of our Thursday show, all of a sudden he was like, yo, I think we're going to go with Supergirl. So I ordered the costume. I was worried it wasn't going to come in time. It literally came in last night at 10. Obviously, I was working, but picked it up this morning. The mail lady was kind of looking at me a little bit weird from my apartment complex, but hey, it is what it is. What up, Dean? Any chance he uses a quarterback committee? I don't see why you would do a quarterback by committee. You've seen Jimmy Garoppolo enough. I don't understand how people think Jimmy G is going to be able to get it done. He has no arm. He might still have the mental capacity. He might still have the ability to read a Josh McDaniels offense. He might be able to do this and that, but his arm's just not there. He panics in the pocket. He can't move at all. I mean, it is bad from Jimmy G. So to me, you can't go back to Brian Hoyer. He's terrible. If you want to save your job, and I mean, I don't know if McDaniels can, you got to roll with Aiden O'Connell. Aiden O'Connell needs to look like a no-doubt franchise quarterback if McDaniels has any chance to save his job. Let's go to Isaac. What's up, Isaac? Hey, Mitch and Chugs. I'm happy to finally be able to say what's up. I was in a toxic relationship, and my ex never let me watch YouTube. I had to hide it. When I watched you guys, I'm finally here. So, I was saying, that meme, your girlfriend thinks you're thinking about another dude, but in fact, you're just watching the Raiders Report. Isaac sneaks into the shower and watches us and then has to delete his history. You know what I mean? He's like, oh, yeah, babe, I'm just going to go take a dump. And he's just, watching the Raiders Report. She walks in. What? You got to turn the volume down and stuff. Dude.
Honey, why are you screaming bang in there?
I mean, I'll tell you what, if she watched this episode with me with some blonde hair, she'd be like, who the F is that?
Oh yeah, Jake, what are you wearing? Khakis.
Well, she sounds hideous. She's a guy, so. What up, Miguel? Trade McDummy for a cardboard box and boycott the games. I still want Raider fans to go out to Las Vegas and enjoy hanging out with the nation. I might be out there week 10, Sunday night football, though it wouldn't surprise me if the NFL flexed out the Raiders and the Jets from that Sunday night football game week 10. But I agree that I think people should not go to the games, and if it fills up with opposing fans, that's fine. I mean, we got to hit Mark Davis where it hurts the most, and I think the more and more that you embarrass him on live television, that shows to me that, guess what? That's what he gets frustrated about. He cares about his image. Whether people like to agree with that or not, I think everybody at deep down is always kind of worried about their physical appearance, image, what people think about them, and I just think I'm telling you this right now, I wouldn't spend a single dollar of my money going to a Raiders game until they fire that guy. Let's go to Jacob. What's up, bro? As an Oregon fan, I really like Bo Nix as a QB1. I know a lot of people like Bo Nix, but to me, I don't think that Bo Nix is going to translate very well into the NFL. Like, he's a really good college quarterback. He doesn't really have the ability, to me, to make big-time NFL throws. The offense that he's in right now with Oregon is, I think, perfect for him. It's a lot of easy throws. It's a lot of checkdowns. Now, I'll tell you this. He's impressed me from his overall ability to be able to understand that Oregon offense, and he's made some really big-time throws this season. But I look at Bo Nix as more as a career backup in the NFL, where he might get drafted high because of his overall production at Oregon. But I think when you actually turn on the tape and you watch him play, he's going to have to be on a very, very good football team in order for him to have some success. Like, I don't want to use this example, but it's just the example that I need to use. Like, look at a quarterback like Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy, you put him in the right system, he can have a lot of success. Now that some injuries have popped up and he's being asked to do a little bit more, he's not nearly as effective. So to me, I look at those two as a very similar quarterback overall. I think Brock Purdy's good, and I think Bo Nix is good, but I wouldn't want Bo Nix as my starting quarterback if I'm moving forward in this year's draft class. All right, y'all. I like this idea, Chugs. 700 likes. We're 300 away, and we're going to be breaking down some Raiders trade targets. Sammy77 says he was awful at Auburn. And I think you got to give Bo Nix a little bit of credit, though, in the regard of he got better. Like, it's okay if you were bad at Auburn, but if you have the ability to get better and better and better, which he has done, I'm a big believer, especially in quarterback play, when you see somebody make progressions and continuously get better, I do think that shows the overall maturity level and overall ability of what it takes to be a quarterback in the NFL. I mean, you can't just be status quo. Like, you always have to be able to improve and, you know, no matter what you do in your career. And I think Bo Nix has really shown that ability that he has gotten better. And he's been able to, you know, continue to impress. And I feel weird right now, like talking football with all this hair. I feel like, is anybody taking anything I say seriously? Like, there's going to be somebody who tunes into the show for the very first time, and they're going to be like, I can't take anything that this guy says seriously, which I'm sure that there's some people out there that probably can't. Oh, man, the Raiders just tweeted out. Oh, dude, that's too much. The Raiders, what did the Raiders just tweet? I think it was something about a recap of last night's game. Recap our Week 8 loss to the Lions on Raiders game day. You want a recap? I'm gonna tweet. You want a recap? What? Fire Josh McDaniels and bench Jimmy Garoppolo. Dude, you tweet that, Adam. You tweet that. Dude. Yeah. It's over in the bag somewhere. I don't know exactly. Yeah, the Raiders just tweeted out, recap our Week 8 loss to the Detroit Lions on Raiders game day. It's like to their YouTube channel or whatever, which I find kind of funny. I mean, it's got to be an absolute bloodbath. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath on social media today. I mean, here's the thing. If the Raiders thought it was bad last week, it's going to be worse this week. I mean, the Raiders have already turned off comments. They have already turned off comments. They won't let people comment anymore on their YouTube show. They won't let people comment on Twitter because they know. They know. Wait, is that to the YouTube link? Or is that the TikTok link? Oh, bro, that's brutal. If you guys want to see the video Chugs is talking about, it's on Twitter. It's hilarious. I'm not going to lie. It's a little bit noisy. We'll leave it like that. However, it's hilarious, man. Tanner Edge, yes, Montez Sweat went to the Chicago Bears. So what we're going to be doing here on today's show is I'm going to talk to you guys about some of the players that I want the Raiders to potentially look at as a trade target. We can also talk about, if you guys want to go check out Chugs' funny video tweet, I encourage you to do so. It's a good one to save, no doubt about it. On top of that, we'll talk about some of the Raiders' trade candidates that they have on this team. And as the way that today is just going to go is, if you guys have any questions, comments about the Las Vegas Raiders, let me know. Like, I need to vent just like you. Oh, man. I'm going to try to do my best here with this one. This one's rolling in from Brandon Jasper. Bang! What up, Brandon? Oh, I can see that's going to be a problem. What is up to the great tuna? Somebody said I look like Fabio. I appreciate that. Hopefully Alex thinks the same later. What up, Brandon? So glad to see you back, Chugs. It happened to me also. And locals for the best content, personal interactions, more live shows, F. McClown. So, Brandon, you're saying that you also passed out and landed on your nose one time? I mean, I've passed out when I was a kid from heat exhaustion. I mean, it hasn't happened to me in 20-something years at this point. But, dude, that's scary. Make sure you're staying hydrated. That's what we're doing today. I'm making sure I'm staying hydrated. I'm drinking corn the long way. Shout out to Brandon Jasper, though, for always being a legend, for always being a real one, and for always showing love here on the Raiders Report. Mount Raider more for a reason. Brandon Jasper, I love you, my guy. I also love PrizePicks, Jeremy. And yesterday was, not the best day for my picks, but you know what? PrizePicks is daily fantasy made easy. And if you go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS, you're going to be able to get a $100 deposit match. That link's going to be available to you guys down in the comments and down in the description. I encourage everyone who's kind of a little bit upset about the game last night. What about World Series? Game 4 tonight. World Series Game 4. It's been back and forth. I know what I'm going with. I think I saw Corey Seager, 1.5 hits. Or, no, it was 2.5 total bases, I think is what it was. I'm taking that. Give me that on Corey Seager. What up, Nico Laz? Chugs, out of concussion protocol. Hope you're feeling a little bit better today. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being you feel like dog shit, 10 you feel great. Where are you at? Scale 1 to 10.
10 I feel great. I'm probably at a 6 right now. My head's a little bit better. I don't have that much of a headache. You can see my nose is okay. It doesn't hurt to touch, but it's like sneezing hurts a little bit.
Yeah.
And then what hurts actually the most is I hit my face and I basically belly flopped on the concrete.
Oh, yeah.
So my ribs hurt.
Yikes.
Like getting up out of bed and stuff, that's probably what hurts the most. But yeah, besides that.
What about being so close?
So close?
Yeah, what hurts the most? No?
And what hurts the most? Dude, honestly,
yeah,
getting injured as an adult really
amazing.
makes you think again. Because, we deal with all the time. We're like, oh, my God, this person has bruised ribs and they can't play. What a wussy.
Right. And
then you get bruised ribs and you're like, dude, I don't know if I could go on a jog right now.
I can't even shit.
Yeah, it hurts sitting down to take a shit. So.
I know. I mean, It's the God honest truth. Like it amazes me sometimes. Like when we used to play like basketball, the next day I'm like, did somebody shoot me in the knees while I was asleep? Like,
Oh, you're like, dude, how is he not playing with a fractured wrist?
you're like, if I was getting paid millions of dollars, I'd play through it. You're like,
Now, if I was getting paid millions of dollars, I'd probably be playing right now.
I mean, I don't know. Somebody had a sprained wrist before, and it did not work out very well. What up, Kobe? Thoughts on going all in and trading for Kyler Murray next season? I'd rather see that than going full rebuild or drafting a rookie. Like the only reason why I'm going to disagree with that, Kobe, is because why trade for Kyler Murray and you got to pay him $50 million a year? You're going to pay a quarterback that, sure, when he's on the field, he's good. Is Kyler Murray a top 10 quarterback in the NFL? Like, I'm not going to pay a guy over $50 million a year when I think that question is up in the air of whether or not Murray is truly a top 10 quarterback. I mean, you guys let me know down in the comment section right now to the 1,500 people watching. Is Kyler Murray a top 10 quarterback when fully healthy? Give me a Y for yes. Give me an N for no. And if it's not 90% yeses, to me, you can't even think about this. But then the other part that you also really have to consider is I'm a believer that McDaniels can't be a leader of men, and that's why he's never going to be able to be a great head coach.
Kyler Murray's a boy.
Kyler Murray is again, where I'm at right here down in Dallas, I know people that know Kyler Murray very well, and one of the biggest knocks that we said 3 years ago was he's just very, very immature, and he can't be a leader of men. So I think it's a bad job for me as a host of the Raiders Report to say you got to get rid of Josh McDaniels because he can't lead a group of men, and then go out and trade multiple first-round picks for Kyler Murray, pay him $50 million when I don't think that he can be a leader of men.
If it was for 1 second, would you do it?
What?
Kyler Murray for a second?
I thought you meant like a second. Like we'd only have him for a second. I'm like that. I don't know. A second-round pick for Kyler Murray? Yes, to then maybe trade him for a first. Like I don't want Kyler Murray as my starting quarterback in the NFL when you have this much talent coming out of the draft. Like, I'd rather take a shot on another QB. If the Raiders were a playoff team, like 10-7 the year before, then maybe you go with a little bit of a different conversation. The only way I'm going out and trading for Kyler Murray is if Davante Adams, Maxx, Crosby walk up to Mark Davis and they go, I want Kyler Murray or else I'm getting the hell out of here. Then you make the move for Murray. What up, Rico? Raiders need Jim Harbaugh. I do think Harbaugh is going to be a candidate to be the next Raiders head coach. I mean, when you look at all the reports out there, I do not believe that he is going to be. I do not believe that he is going to be a part of the Michigan Wolverines next season. Obviously, Harbaugh has a great relationship with Mark Davis. His very first job in the NFL was working with the Raiders and working actually with Al Davis. I want to say back in 2000 and I want to say it was somewhere around like 2002 off the top of my head. But Harbaugh has a lot of good connections. I just think that Harbaugh actually goes somewhere else. Like, to me, I believe that he wants so much control that he's going to end up going somewhere else. I don't know who's going to be the head coach of the Raiders next season. There's a lot of different names to go out there. It depends if you want an offensive-minded guy or if you want a defensive-minded guy. Let's go to Eric M. What up, Eric? Repping the shirt. Also, I'm drinking corn the long way today. Cheers to Josh McDaniels. You drive me nuts. Not drafting. Sorry, can you go back? Not drafting Levis regret. Chugs is a legend. I don't have any regrets in not drafting Will Levis. Like, you got to give Levis his flowers. He looked really good yesterday. Threw, 4 touchdown passes. Found DeAndre Hopkins. Hopkins actually played in fantasy, and he was on my uncle's bench, so shout out to him. On top of that, though, like, there's one good game. The thing that you got to be able to do in the NFL is replicate that week in and week out. Like, the arm talent was there for Will Levis. Yeah, I mean, he played well. The Falcons, to me, don't have a great defense, so there's that to keep in mind. We'll see how he looks next week and then the week after that, because the more and more tape that people get on you, the more that they can scheme and the more that they can take away what you do well. Like, people, when they had Brian Hoyer come in that football game, the reason why Hoyer played well is because Hoyer is a little bit different than Jimmy Garoppolo, and then Hoyer was able to succeed in the second half of that game because they weren't able to really, truly scheme as much as, in the past. I mean, remember that Marcus Mariota game where he filled in for Derek Carr? He looked great. Why? because they scheme for a different QB. I'll be curious to see what Will Levis does this upcoming week. But shout out to Levis for playing a hell of a football game. Also, there's a new update here. The New England Patriots have checked in on the price of Commanders defensive end Chase Young, according to Jeff Howe. So Jeff Howe is reporting that the New England Patriots have checked in on the price with the Commanders for Chase Young. Well, the reason why we're live today, obviously, is to vent about the Raiders' embarrassing 26-14 loss to the Lions last night. But on top of that, it is the NFL trade deadline. If the Raiders make a deal today, we'll obviously be live for it here. But the NFL deadline is right down here. 2 hours, 43 minutes to go. If there's an NFL team, if the Raiders want to make a trade, it's got to happen in the next 2 hours, 43 minutes. We better be all in on a top QB in the 2024 draft. If you swing and miss on Aidan O'Connell, I think you have to. And I don't want Aiden O'Connell to be the Raiders franchise quarterback. Now, if O'Connell turns out this season to be that guy where you play him for the rest of the year, the Raiders, I don't know, if the Raiders were to finish this season and they were to fix their offense and Aiden O'Connell were to be looking like a competent QB and you're like, this guy's good, then you can have the discussion, all right, maybe he's the guy. The problem with that, though, is that means I got to roll with Josh McDaniels again. So to me, you got to get one of these top QBs in the 2024 NFL draft, even if it means moving on from some of these players. The problem with the Raiders has been you haven't gotten a lot of draft capital from some of your star players. Like if I would have told you that the Raiders were to not have their quarterback, Derek Carr, there's a season where you might not have Josh Jacobs, Hunter Renfrow, Darren Waller, and all that you're able to get as of right now as a third-round pick for that. I mean, it's going to be a conversation starter. There's no doubt about it. Who do you want to be the Raiders quarterback next season? Let me know down below. Realistic answers only. Like, I don't want to see Patrick Mahomes. He's not coming here. I want to see realistic answers only. Who do you want to be the Raiders quarterback next season? I'm going to give some shout-outs here. I got Michael Murphy saying Drake May. Alex X, Drake May. We got Michael Penix Jr. from Vincenzo Peoples. Raider 508 says Aiden O'Connell. Drake May from Jesse. Kurt from David. I don't know who you mean by Kurt. Is there a Kurt that I don't know? Like if you mean Kirk Cousins, but he just tore his Achilles for the love of God. PJ Walker from Chad. I know you don't mean that. PJ Walker stinks. Mayer or Penix. Drake May, I think is what you mean. From Bradley Hicks. Penix Jr. from Jacob Peters. Rebel Montana. I honestly think I can throw a football further than Jimmy Garoppolo. So, Cowtown, Aaron Rodgers, not going to happen. Caleb Williams from Alejandro. Interesting. Jameis Winston from Mo Lige. You don't want Jameis Winston. Jameis is probably the best, like, rally guy that there is. Like, he's got to be one of the best teammates in the NFL. Like, you want Jameis Winston on your side. You want Winston to be that locker room cheerleader that he's so great at. There's just no way you can go from Jimmy Garoppolo to Jameis Winston. Like, I'll tell you this, they would throw the ball more. They would definitely air it out a little bit more. There is no doubt about that. Jameis isn't afraid to turn over the football, which maybe that's what we need. We need somebody that just doesn't give a shit because the Raiders have been turning it over and playing conservative. It's actually impressive. It's impressive how conservative the Raiders' offense has been and how bad they've been at turning over the football. The Raiders' long yesterday was through the air of 19 yards. When your longest pass is 19 yards and yet you just continue to turn over the football, I mean, Garoppolo is bottom 3 in every single NFL quarterback statistic out there. Jimmy G is the worst starting quarterback in the National Football League this season, and it's not close. Josh McDaniels is the worst head coach in the National Football League, and it's not close. Dylan Gabriel from Ryan Campbell, you don't mean that. You don't mean that. J.J. McCarthy from Mario. Yeah, I mean, to me, there's not a lot of great options besides Penix, Drake May, Caleb Williams in terms of guys that I truly, truly want for, like, the top. I mean, I think all three of those guys go top 10, top 6, probably in that vicinity. It's going to be interesting to see, though. I I can't wait for the draft already. It sucks, but I can't wait. James, trade McDipshit and Garoppolo for a corn dog and a soda. Let Ryan in as the interim. Smarten up Mark. I do believe that Mark Davis hears how frustrated everyone is. I also know and believe that, yes, Rob Ryan would be one of the top interim coaching candidates. If you wanted to keep your DC and your OC as DC and OC only, then I do think Rob Ryan is probably the guy that gets the call. He was number 2 on my list of my interim candidates. But the only reason why I have Patrick Graham ranked a little bit higher is because Graham has past experience of being that assistant head coach / defensive coordinator. And I think I've seen in years past that stuff does mean something to Mark Davis here. What kind of soda would you trade him for, though? What kind of soda would you trade him for? What's like your low-key favorite soda? Like, I do love me a I like Diet Dr. Pepper. I actually like diet sodas more because I think they're sweeter. But a Diet Dr. Pepper. What's like low-key like your favorite soda? Diet Mountain Dew?
Low-key, and I only get it very few and far between because
Squirt.
it's like all sugar basically, but the blue Mountain Dew.
Oh, really?
The Mountain Dew Voltage.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
yeah?
dude, I can tear down some blue Mountain Dews.
Do you remember the soda? It was like fluorescent green. I want to say it was called Volt. Do you know Volt? It looked like the ripoff of Mountain Dew. I can picture it in my mind. I can remember when I was in high school, I loved Volt. I was like, yo, this shit is amazing. Is it Surge? See, Nico Laz says Volt. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Volt or Surge?
Dude, either the blue Mountain Dew,
okay,
or vanilla cherry Coke.
Okay. I actually also love Sunkist. Like on a hot summer day, pop open a Sunkist.
Or if it's like a place makes their own, or if it's a homemade root beer.
Oh.
Like some good root beer.
Root beer with a scoop of vanilla ice cream.
Oh.
F me up.
Bro,
F me up.
There's a place in Denton where I went to school.
I'm listening.
They're an old style diner. They've been the same since the 50s. They make their own root beer. It's phenomenal. And they're known for, it's called a Black Cow, but it's basically a vanilla shake mixed with root beer.
Oh, dude. You're making me hungry. You're making me hungry. Also, report coming out here from Jeremy Fowler. Some NFL teams have shown some interest in trading for Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins. However, it's being reported that he isn't expected to be traded. So, Bengals not expected to trade T. Higgins despite some teams calling, but I think it's because of the asking price. The asking price was a little bit high. What up, Buckethead? Bench Jimmy Garoppolo. If you want the Raiders to bench Jimmy G, I need y'all to spam bench right now. Lions with more offensive snaps than Raiders net passing yards need Al Davis to bring back the overhead projector. You just need somebody that has the balls enough to go up to Mark Davis. Like, these Raiders having this team meeting was great last week, and I do think that having a team meeting like that to be able to express your frustrations, and it needs to be an honest conversation of if somebody's not performing well, you got to be able to call out Josh McDaniels. I get it. He's your head coach, but, if there's something that's not being done the correct way, I do think successful NFL teams, successful companies have the ability to be able to be honest. And I know it's not easy for everyone out there. And to me, though, you have to be able to be honest. And having that team meeting was great. All right, now we did that. We tried that. Now it's time for those team leaders, the guys that wear a C on their chest, to then go to somebody and say, something has to change. And maybe it's not firing a McDaniels. Maybe it's going with Mick Lombardi as your offensive coordinator. I am more okay with that because to me, you're at least trying something. Because what I don't want to hear again, which I feel like we're going to get again, is McDaniels going up to the podium, giving me excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse. Nothing changes, and then next week, we're right back to where we were. It's just the ever-ending loop of the excuses for Josh McDaniels. To me, I want there to be some change. And for these leaders out there, that's why you wear that C on your chest. You got to go talk to somebody and say, hey, something needs to change. Because if they don't, Well, then I'm just going to be looking at Maxx Crosby. I'm going to be looking at Davante Adams, Josh Jacobs, all these guys that consider themselves leader of this team and say, that's fine if you're not going to do that, but just know you're still responsible then. Like, they got to step up. It's time for a change, no matter what that is. What did Brandon ask? Brandon asked for a little duck race. A little duck race action. You guys down? Let's do a little duck race action here. $20 50-50 raffle. If you want in, let me know. If you want in, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Yesterday, Jeremy, we gave away $290, $260, and $1,100 to a lucky winner. We gave away $1,100 to a lucky winner yesterday. Shit was electric. I'm not going to lie. That race was 100 people deep. It was something to watch. All right, we already got one person in, and I'm going to let you guys take a guess. I'm just going to let you take a guess because it's the person who I think has won more than anybody else, and they won again yesterday. Nico Laz. Nico told me that he's actually quit his job and just does 50-50 raffle races full time now. So congratulations. There's people on the World Series of Poker. There's professional bettors. Well, Nico has informed me that he is a professional duck racer. So congratulations to Nico. It got to a point yesterday that people thought we were Nico Laz. Because Nico won the first 50-50, and then he won the race to get into the final race for the Maxx Crosby jersey giveaway. And people were like, bro, Nico Laz is them. Like, it's just like a fake account. And Nico's in the chat like, I'm a real person. Like, it's me. I mean, you have to admit, Nico, you've been on a hot streak. They thought I'm a bot. Yeah, I mean, Nico has been on a freaking hot streak, man. What up, Guillermo? Wish we had a flux. What is that? I don't know. To get back in time and stop Mark Davis. Is this like a Back to the Future type of reference here from hiring Josh McDouche? I mean, I think the reason why I'm also so on the fire McDaniels train is because I never wanted McDaniels to begin with. I knew that he was going to be a bad head coach, and you get all these people from outside saying like, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about, this and that." I think a lot of Raider fans are getting frustrated because if you look at the track record, and let's just talk about the last 5 years. The last 5 years, the Raiders fan base, me, a YouTube show, has been so much more accurate. A guy like Graphic Raider, a guy like Raider Honcho, a guy like Wasted Talent, a guy like, you look at a lot of these Raiders content creators, Sanjeet, when you are exponentially more accurate than the team that actually makes the decisions, that's where Raider fans are just struggling right now. And, I think Raider Nation is very blessed in the world that we live in because there are a lot of good Raiders content creators out there making free videos. And a lot of the times, back in the past, the Raiders or NFL teams in general wouldn't get put on blast. But now, because of the content creators out there, because of the nation getting all this information and just seeing them backing it up, Raider fans are frustrated because they legitimately think, and I think it's the details are in the, details in the cards. The proof is in the pudding that Raiders fans would do a better job running the Raiders organization than what the people that currently run the Raiders organization are. And if you think that's an outlandish thing to say, then you haven't watched the Raiders the last 5 years, because I actually think that if you were to flip a coin based off decisions, the coin would be much, much better. What up, Daniel Capskeen? And Mitch is looking like Fabio with that hair. You know what? I feel like Fabio. Though the body's not there. I'm more like Flavio because I haven't worked out much in the last few weeks because you guys have been kicking my ass. What up, Jacob? Did you see that Jimmy G is officially worse than Jamarcus Russell in Raiders history? I saw the comparison on social media. If I'm being honest with you, I thought it was kind of a bad comparison. Like, they're just looking at like the overall yards, completion percentage. Yes, Jamarcus Russell obviously is the worst NFL bust probably of all time. Jimmy G's been bad. Like, there's no other way to do it. I just think what the people did was they were like, all right, who's the worst quarterback the Raiders have ever had? Jamarcus Russell. All right, how are we going to figure out every way to try to compare Jamarcus Russell and Jimmy Garoppolo. I think it's a little bit of a stretch, if I'm being honest with you, with the comparisons that I've seen out there. So for those of you that don't know what the 50-50 raffle is, it's essentially going to be a race here. It's a 60-second race. We do it online, and it's going to be animals. I don't know. We did swimmers yesterday, people on a pogo stick. But essentially, the 50-50 raffle is for people that enter to get in, which right now we have, I think I just saw somebody else climb in this race here. We have a few more. So we got Raider Josh in, Luis Rod in, and then the Great Tuna in. So right now it's 4 people in, which means 4 people. Winner would get $40. You have to do it on Venmo. So you can add me as a friend at Mitchell Renz 365. Or you can scan that QR code right there with your phone. If you're watching this on a laptop, add me as a friend, $20 Venmo. I mean, have you ever done a 50-50 raffle at a football game, baseball game, basketball game? It's the exact same concept. The way that we settle it, I don't do a hat. We literally have a race up here on screen. Think of it as like when you're watching the Jumbotron at a game and you got, who are you going with, the green car or the blue car or the red car? It's kind of like that, just your names. Barbecue. I mean, what's the presidents? George Washington. I was going to say, I almost feel like they have Ben Franklin. I think they have Ben Franklin. I was going to say it, but I was like, Oliver, that has nothing to do with the trades, but do you think Mark Davis won't fire McDummy because he spent too much money on coaches? Your thoughts? I mean, to me, if I'm looking at Mark Davis, I'm looking at myself as a businessman, and he's clearly not good at running a football team, but you have to give Mark Davis some credit for being a good businessman because the Raiders are worth a lot more than what they've ever been worth before in my entire life. And, I think it's funny that people push this narrative, oh, Mark Davis doesn't have enough money to fire Josh McDaniels. I mean, it's laughable, people that push that narrative. It's the same people that push the narrative that the Raiders NFL team doesn't have enough money to make this move during the salary cap because they don't have enough money, or they can't make the move in free agency because of salary cap. If the NFL, if a team wants to make something happen, they can move money around. And if they were to move on from McDaniels, sure, he'd be out a few $1 million, let's say 10, maybe $20 million. Mark Davis would be out. But that's what they paid Jimmy Garoppolo in guaranteed money. You gave Jimmy G $33 million guaranteed. You have the money. You have the resources, and anybody that's saying that Davis can't, it's simply just an excuse. What up, Pook and Snook? Pook and Snook. You know it's a bad day when Skip Bayless and Richard Sherman and Keyshawn Johnson are on national TV asking Mark Davis to fire Josh McDaniels. I mean, it's a bad day when you watch Skip Bayless, Richard Sherman, and Keyshawn Johnson. I mean, you could have just started with that. They might be the worst trio of people on air, and they are brutal to watch Skip Bayless anymore, but to me, that's what it's going to take, right? I mean, Raider Nation's been screaming from the top of our lungs to fire McDaniels. Every NFL media outlet right now is like, I can't believe that this guy has a job, and it's just going to continue to grow and grow and grow. Josh McDaniels has figured out a way to make the Las Vegas Raiders the laughingstock of the NFL. It's pretty amazing, the leash that Mark Davis has. In fact, I actually went on Amazon earlier and I looked for the leash that Mark Davis must have on Josh McDaniels because it's the longest leash of all time, and I'd love to be able to put it on Chuck so when he runs away or when he runs around, I know there's 0% chance he could ever run away. I mean, at this point, Josh McDaniels must have dirt on Mark Davis. I mean, honestly, I don't know what else to think. The fact that he hasn't been fired yet indicates to me that Mark Davis is hiding something, and Josh McDaniels must have something on Mark. It's the only way that I can even legitimately wrap my mind around how he's still here. I don't know. It makes no sense. What up, Mikey Nuts 99? Mikey Nuts 99. He says, welcome back, Chugs. You could still support Mitch by wearing a costume. Who, Jeremy? I mean, you can wear a costume. I'll tell you this. I'm just happy Jeremy's here today. When we did the show on Thursday, I told him, hey, bro, go get some stuff for a Halloween costume. Unfortunately, Jeremy was too busy passing out and smacking his face. I think that's what I said. I mean, I did see the picture. You should see the other guy. It's fair. I think. I don't know if you guys could hear Marshall. Marshall said in the background, he looks like a Chargers fan leaving Allegiant Stadium. Leaving Oakland, for sure. What up, Derek? McDaniels loves Halloween so much that he dresses up as an NFL head coach every day. I like that joke. I like that joke a lot. Well, we got a trade here. The Arizona Cardinals are trading quarterback Josh Dobbs to the Minnesota Vikings. Done deal. Josh Dobbs to the Minnesota Vikings. So the Vikings lost Kirk Cousins when he popped his Achilles yesterday. And I thought it was interesting that Arizona decided to bench essentially their starting QB Dobbs. And I mean, usually when you see something like that, you know something is about to happen. So Josh Dobbs is on his way to the Minnesota Vikings. So, hey, Josh Dobbs, I'll see you in a few weeks, week 14, when the Raiders take on the Minnesota Vikings. I'll see you. Soon to be unemployed middle-aged man. This is electric. I mean, I'll tell you what, this is the costume I got to get. I can't. It's too small. What does it say?
Includes dumb-looking visor, 17 different excuses.
Wow.
Hot Italian QB, in parentheses, he sucks. Dirt on Mark Davis. Worst offense in the league despite being an offensive genius.
There you go. And for free, they also stuffed in a few you-knows and ums in there. You get those for free, though. You don't got to pay extra for that. Again, y'all, it is the NFL trade deadline. We're still waiting to see if maybe the Raiders decide to make a deal. The top players that the Raiders could trade away today, I mean, the number one most clear-cut, obvious one is Hunter Renfrow. I think we should go through some of the Raiders trade candidates and talk about some players that the Silver and Black could potentially trade for. But the deal that just ended up going down here around the National Football League is the Arizona Cardinals are trading away quarterback Josh Dobbs to the Minnesota Vikings, and that impacts the Raiders because the Raiders and Vikings play week 14. This Raiders trade breakdown is brought to you by Gametime, and it is time for the Raiders to fire Josh McDaniels. But hey, if you're like, you know what, Mitch, I don't know if I want to go watch the Raiders. Do you have any good theater, concert ideas out there? Yes, and I recommend everybody going out there and downloading the Gametime app because you can get a lot of different things in Las Vegas for whatever you want to do. I mean, if you want to be able to go to a show, I mean, Chugs took his fiance to an Adele concert. I got Alex, my fiance, tickets to a concert here in Dallas on Thursday this week with the Gametime app. I won't be able to go with her, unfortunately, but you can still get these last-minute ticket deals with Gametime. So, Nation, I need you to listen up. Terms apply. Create an account. Redeem code RaidersChat for $20 off. Download Gametime today. Last-minute tickets. Lowest price guaranteed. Let's now go to some Raiders trade targets. And these are players that it has not been reported that the Raiders are looking at them. This is more of who I think that the Raiders are targeting / should target, so I should clarify that. Josh Uche is no doubt a player that should be on all Raider fans' minds. Obviously, anytime that you're a member of the New England Patriots, that has a lot of interest with this current coaching staff, whether you like that or not, but he is a good outside rusher, can be that, we'll call him like a sort of a Chandler Jones replacement. This Raiders team still needs some help, on the defensive side of the football. And I do think Uche is no doubt a player to keep in mind. Another name to keep in mind is Preston Smith, because the Green Bay Packers, you know that they're going to pay Rashawn Gary a boatload of money, which kind of puts Smith as the awkward man out. If the Raiders were to trade for Preston Smith, they'd have to pay him somewhere around $5 million for the remainder of the season. He's a hell of a player, though. He's going to help improve this defense. You're going to see a lot of defensive players because I don't really know if the Raiders need to do anything on the offensive side of the football trade-wise, because to me, the offensive side of the football is simple. You need to bench Jimmy G, and you need to move on from McDaniels. You do that, and your offense is fixed. I can guarantee you that. Let's go to Milton Williams. Yeah, so the Philadelphia Eagles, they traded away a defensive tackle earlier this week, and Milton Williams has been a guy that I have continually mentioned on this show. I don't know how likely it is now. To me, though, if you're the Raiders, you could still potentially pick up the phone, give Philadelphia a call. I mean, if there's one thing Howie Roseman's never afraid to do, it's have a conversation about a trade. That I can guarantee. More likely is Neville Gallimore. So I talked to a source really close to me here at Chat Sports, shout out to Tom, and Neville Gallimore was absolutely positively a player that's on the trade block. And if the Raiders want to give up a 7th-round pick, Gallimore could be a player to keep in mind. Tier Tart is another name to keep in mind. The Tennessee Titans, despite the fact that they won yesterday on the shoulders of Will Levis, they are a team that has already showed you that they're not afraid to start the sell now mode. One of the defensive tackles in Tart is a guy to keep in mind. Another player to keep in mind from an edge rushing standpoint is K'Lavon Chaisson. So with the Jacksonville Jaguars, they invested already 2 very high picks in their defensive end room. I mean, they have 2 guys that are above Chaisson. He's only 24 years old, hasn't quite lived up to the hype of being a first-round pick. He kind of reminds me of Arden Key, where Arden Key and Chaisson have a lot of talent, but they are knuckleheads is probably the easiest way to put it. Sometimes a change of scenery can help out a player quite a bit, and I do think that's something that's needed here with Chaisson. Carl Lawson, member of the New York Jets, they've already reworked his contract, and anytime I hear or see reworked contract in the offseason, I'm instantly thinking, okay, like this is a dude that could be on the out. For the Jets, they have Bryce Huff. They have, what's his name, Jermaine Johnson. Is that it, Jermaine Johnson? Jermaine Johnson. They have both of those guys who are playing above Carl Lawson. The Raiders play the Jets here in a few weeks. So to me, if you wanted to get Lawson for like a 7th-round pick, could be a name to keep in mind. We have 1,500 people here watching right now. If there's a player that you want the Raiders to trade for, if you want to ask me a question, please don't be shy. Use hashtag Raiders or Super Chat. Is there any way you could hold it down for like 5 minutes while I go grab just one slice of pizza? I'll be right back, y'all. I'm going to go take a quick leak here. Matthew says 1,500 people watching. Shout out to all of y'all. I know what usually happens when I step off the mic. Those deals are not going to happen. If you don't feel like you can hold it down, just, let me know type of thing. I'll hurry up back here. But I just want to grab a quick bite to eat, take a leak, and then we're going to keep it rolling here with our NFL trade deadline coverage. But don't worry. You're going to be in great hands here with Jeremy Chugs holding it down here on the Raiders Report. And, don't be afraid to ask Chugs. I mean, he does a lot of stuff here with Texans. If there's players maybe that the Raiders and Texans can make a trade for, because those 2 organizations are always talking. Jeremy's going to keep rolling through some super chats here on the show. When I get back, give me like 5 minutes. I'll keep on answering. We're going to keep the NFL trade deadline coverage here on the Raiders Report rolling.
Yo, David, random thoughts. How locked in is Bieniemy as an option next year? Mitch has reported multiple times because of his past and because of the Raiders organization. There's a very, very low chance that Bieniemy will ever work for the Raiders. I'll leave it at that. The last part of your question, WTF is going on with Tyree Wilson and Bennett. At minimum, can we at least force McClown baby to give up offensive play calling? Tyree Wilson, I think he's getting a little bit better. I think it's hard because he's being compared so much to Jalen Carter and how he's playing. Tyree Wilson, he's gotten better a little bit each part of the year. I don't think they expected him to have this big of a role yet. But I think he's getting a little bit better. Same way with Bennett. Like, if you're a rookie stepping in and starting in the NFL, you're going to have your bumps and bruises. So I think I'm not totally out on Wilson or Bennett. It also helps when the team around you is playing a lot better. And no, I don't think he gives up play calling. McDaniels does, because I don't even know who he defers to at that point. I think the whole reason you get McDaniels is for his play calling. So if he's not doing that, it's just like, what are you here for? It's like hiring a maid and them being like, well, I don't really want to clean. Well, that's kind of the only reason you're here. So, yeah. Justin, sucks we will not know AOC's true potential behind McClown's play calling and just lack of play time. He hasn't been able to really show what he's got. He played in that Chargers game, And whenever he wasn't getting busted up by Khalil Mack, you didn't look too bad. He didn't look half bad. But it does suck because you drafted a guy. There's a lot of potential there, but McDaniels, for some reason or another, just will not give him a chance to play. So you don't know what you really have in him. But Kaya, finally have a solid defense, but now our offense is sorry. Give us David Carr and Jeff Saturday. We win last night's game. I don't know if you meant Derek or David Carr, but yeah, the defense was playing out of their minds last night. And I know they had that team meeting, but how frustrating as a defense whenever you hold the Lions to field goal after field goal after field goal, and your offense just can't do anything. A lot of, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6, sack. Like, it must be extremely frustrating being that defense. And then at the end of the game, you just get tired. So, really, not funny, but it's ironic that the offense has let the defense down this year after years and years of the defense not playing well. Spoken, I don't get a feeling we do anything today. Yeah, I mean, there's been some trades that have already happened today, but I don't know exactly what the trade would be for the Raiders to do today. Like, they already said they're not sellers, and if you're buying, I don't know what piece really makes the Raiders that much better today other than a quarterback and a head coach. I mean, here are the trades that have gone down today. Leonard Williams, or today and this week. Leonard Williams being traded to the Seahawks for a 2nd and a 5th. Earlier this week, we saw Kevin Byard traded to the Eagles for a 5th, a 6th, and Terrell Edmonds. They also traded away a player. They traded away Kentavious Street for a late-round pick swap, a 6th for a 7th. The Bears traded for Montez Sweat early this morning. A surprising move for a lot of people. A lot of people thought the Bears were going to be sellers, but they ended up trading for Montez Sweat, giving up a 2nd-round pick. And the latest trade to go down, Josh Dobbs to the Vikings. We don't know the full details yet, but the Vikings have their quarterback option for this season after Kirk Cousins' season-ending injury. Looks like the Raiders are going to be playing Josh Dobbs, and the Raiders lose to the Vikings with Josh Dobbs. That's just upsetting. Paul, let's do a protest day at Raider headquarters. The sad thing is, I don't even know at this point if Mark would listen, which is the saddest part. He has one of the most electric, one of the most loyal fan bases in the entire NFL. If you're an owner of a sports franchise and you say, hey, what kind of fans do you want? You want Raider fans. You want ride or dies. You want people who love the team from womb to the tomb. And the fact that he squanders this fan base and how loyal the fan base is, yeah, it's rough. Let's see. Next super chat coming from Plugius. McDouchebag definitely needs to go, but can we really count on Mark Davis to make the right hire after this? He needs to hire a good GM who actually knows football to make those decisions for him. Yeah, I mean, Mark hasn't been able to pick the right guy at the helm. I mean, he picked Gruden, which coaching-wise, here nor there, I don't think was too bad, but you haven't been able to pick anybody who's good at personnel. Like, the Raiders, historically, the past 10 years or so, have been awful at drafting. So if you can get somebody to at least hit on some draft picks, that's the Raiders' biggest problem, is that they can't hit on any draft picks. Every draft pick they get turns into be a bust. So once they start hitting on draft picks, then you can start building a team and maybe have something. Isaac, wish we could have traded Jimmy Garoppolo to Minnesota. I don't think they want him. I think, honestly, as sad as it sounds, Josh Dobbs is more desirable than Jimmy G. As bad as that sounds. Mikey Nuts, yes, we're happy Jeremy's back. Thanks for the content. And what's the next tat you're getting, Mitch? The next tat Mitch is getting. Mitch, are you getting another tattoo anytime soon? Not that he knows of. Someone say no. Jason, fire the clown and bench Garoppolo. I love that. I love that. And it wouldn't be a Raiders Live if we didn't have a wild one. I told you so. For the record, I tried to warn everybody. I mean, the thing is, if the Raiders keep Derek Carr, I mean, I think they're in a similar situation, just a little bit better. Like, I think you're 4-4 instead of 3-5. You still have McDaniels, and if you've seen Carr play in New Orleans, it wouldn't be a huge "I told you so" rally. I would tell you that. He has not been multiple times. Our Saints host, which you know, Trizzy Trace, multiple times has come up and said, "Hey, do y'all want Derek Carr back?"
Yeah. Like, I see somebody right now down in the comments, Brandon Marshall warned everyone. I mean, we had our show before Brandon Marshall, before anybody spoke about you cannot hire Josh McDaniels. Also, the Browns just signed Kenyon Drake and James Prochet to the practice squad.
Go live.
Dude, Kenyon Drake, somebody go tell Petey. The
Petey.
Browns just signed Kenyon Drake.
Petey, Kenyon.
Let's run it back. The Kenyon Drake show is one of the legendary shows here on the Raiders Report. It really was. It was one of the very first insane shows that we did.
Where we left off.
Okay.
On Raiders trade targets. These guys.
Look at my cape.
Very unlikely, but still on the trade block.
Brian Burns, I mean, for the Raiders where they're currently at, you're going to have to give up a first-round pick. Giving up a first-round pick for where this team's at doesn't make sense. It's been reported that the Minnesota Vikings won a first-round pick for Danielle Hunter. Doesn't make a lot of sense there. And then Jonathan Allen would help at DT, but I would imagine that the Commanders also are probably looking in that first, second-round area. And where this team is due to quarterback play, like, to me, the Raiders aren't going to make a blockbuster move today. If they do, it's them trading away Hunter Renfrow. It's them trading away Josh Jacobs. To me, those are the two players that I would say are the most likely, like, big-time trades that end up happening. Two other players that I think could get dealt today, Amik Robertson would be a player I would keep in mind. And then also my guy, Jermaine Illuminor. I would say he's another name to keep in mind that could potentially be dealt. We'll see, though.
I was going to say a sneaky name, which you mentioned him before. I don't know today, currently, how the Raiders view him in their future. But with the amount of injuries to interior offensive linemen, Andre James might be a sneaky name.
I mean, Andre James has played really well at center. And I just don't know if you moving on from the player that's been, one of the most consistent players on that line minus Colton Miller. I mean, Colton Miller is one of the best tackles in the league. But I would say outside of Colton Miller, Andre James has been your next best offensive lineman. And sure, you drafted Dylan Parham to potentially play center, but I don't know if that's the right thing that you're trying to do if, in fact, you are planning on going to Aiden O'Connell. Like, you got to be able to make sure that your quarterback's upright and healthy, and moving on from Andre James is not the best move, but if a team was willing to throw out a fourth-round pick, fifth-round pick for Andre James, I think the Raiders would listen.
I'm just saying that because there's literally no...
Oh, I think it's a good name to throw out there because technically the Raiders drafted Dylan Parham because of his ability to play all over the offensive line. When the Raiders scouted Parham at the Senior Bowl, he played center there. He has some experience playing at center in general from college. So you kick Dylan Parham in at center. You put Jermaine Illuminor in at right guard or left guard, and Your offensive line still churning. You have Thayer Munford in at right tackle. Greg Van Roten's still there. I think Greg Van Roten is a name to also keep in mind. That could potentially get dealt because he's played with some other NFL teams.
Yeah.
And
I was just thinking Andre James because I think you might be able to get the most for him. I think if a team desperate enough who needs interior O-line help, like I'm thinking the Dolphins.
A center? Do they need a center? I mean,
they need interior. They need a guard center.
See, if I'm Andre James, though, I'm saying, like, play me at center. I mean, he's been able to.
Well, they have Connor Williams at center, who's better at guard.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. I mean, Andre James for Emmanuel Ogbah, straight up. I don't think the Dolphins do. You think? Oh, boy, I don't know. I mean, Emmanuel Ogbah has struggled this season. He hasn't really gotten on the field as much. But to me, the amount of money they paid him, I'd have to see his contract because the Raiders would have to take on some of his money, which I didn't really think of. I do think it's a lot more probably than what the Raiders can handle at this current moment. Yeah, you might be right there. Emmanuel Ogbah, though, I do think is a guy to keep in mind because of his past connections with some of the coaching staff members here of the Raiders. Rob Leonard, defensive line coach, previously with the Miami Dolphins, and Emmanuel Ogbah has been he's been getting outplayed by Andrew Van Ginkel. And if you guys remember it, Andrew Van Ginkel was a player that the Raiders had in on a visit this offseason, and I wanted him because I was like, bro, we need to be able to find a Kyle Van Noy type of player that can be an edge, that can be a versatile dude. And Andrew Van Ginkel's been balling out. Let's go to Tartan. Raider, if no trade's done, is McDaniels gone? I don't think trades are really what's going to impact McDaniels staying or going. It's going to be, if McDaniels is gone today, it's not because he did or did not make trades. The only way McDaniels is going today is because, again, of Monday Night Football. However, I anticipate that the Raiders are going to try to stick with McDaniels, and if they do end up firing him, it's probably going to be during Week 13. And the reason why I just scream from the rooftops all the time, fire McDaniels, fire McDaniels, fire McDaniels, is because at my point, enough is enough, and you can only get better. You can't get worse. And if you're like, no, we got to keep McDaniels, then it's time to put Mick Lombardi as the offensive play caller because I think that's what an OC is supposed to do. What up, Raider Gaines? What's up, my guy? Also, I had a few people request me on Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Remember, if you want in our 50/50 raffle, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365, you can scan that QR code right there and have a chance to get in. Make sure you go back to that super chat then. So we got right now, as it stands here, Tuna was the last name. So then Isaac, I'm going to put Isaac C-O-N, get in. Tim Nelson, in. Jose Cast, in. Skyler Corley, in, which now puts us at 8. And then Salvador, I'm going to call you Sal Mena, in. Juan and in. And then we got Joseph Dodson, you in. Monica Montoya, in, which now puts us, Jeremy, at 12 people in, which means right now the winner would get $120. Winner gets $120 as it stands right now. I say we do this. I say we just keep it going. Do the race near the end, or do we do multiple races? You want to do multiple ones? That way we give people an idea of what it looks like. 20 more minutes. Sounds good. So when this clock hits 1:40, then we're going to do our first duck race here. So you got 20 minutes to get in. $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz. Up or down from there? I like it. I like it a lot. We actually just got another one. Manuel, you in. That puts us now at 13. Also, the Commanders have taken calls on backup quarterback Jacoby Brissett. I'm telling you this right now. Jacoby Brissett is a name to keep in mind for the Raiders. He has experience in McDaniels' offense. People might laugh. Apparently, they're looking for a day 2 pick. They're apparently looking for a day 2 pick. It wouldn't surprise me if the Raiders try to trade for a guy like Jacoby Brissett. Yeah, I would be unbelievably pissed if they traded for Jacoby Brissett. I'm telling you that right now. I don't know what I would do. Also, Mask 80, I saw you were asking about your jersey. It's not going to come in for a little while yet. And then Mask 80 says, no Ultimate Warrior. Again, the reason why Jeremy didn't dress up as Ultimate Warrior is because, I don't know if you know the story of what happened to Jeremy. He passed out over the weekend. If you want to tell it, you can. But I'm just happy that he's here working today. So I know you didn't get your Ultimate Warrior, but you did get Chugs with 2 black eyes and almost a broken nose. So that sounds like an Ultimate Warrior to me. Last time I checked, that sounds like an Ultimate Warrior to me. What up, Raider Gaines? Back to you. Okay, we just need a quarterback and an interim head coach. Doesn't even have to be great at this point. Average is enough to take this team to the playoffs. If McDaniels is out, selling our stars would be stupid. To me, the Raiders are going to sell the guys that they know aren't going to be back next season. Like Hunter Renfrow, he ain't coming back next season, so you might as well get something for him in return. Josh Jacobs, is not going to be back next season, and that's been something that I've said multiple times on this show, where I flat out said Jacobs was never going to come back to the Raiders in 2024. So if you can get some sort of draft compensation for him, it probably makes sense considering the fact of how bad the Raiders have been this season. I know teams don't want to move on from some of their stars. I totally get that. But the quarterback play is going to be Aiden O'Connell, is who you're going to get the remainder of the season. And then your interim, you don't know if it's going to be as good. What? Jack with the Dolphin suit? Yeah. With the Dolphin suit. Raider Gaines, I hear you. I don't want the Raiders to lose. I don't like when the Raiders tank. But sooner or later, you got to look at this new coaching regime that's going to have to come in here in 2024. And I want them to be able to have some draft picks. I want them to be able to actually try to figure it out and build it the right way. Let's go to Wild One. By the way, my prediction of 6 wins plus or minus is right on track. Carr was not the answer. I said develop Aiden O'Connell, and let's see what we had. So 6 wins by Wild One. This is right on track to, I think where the Raiders could potentially be. It's going to be close. If the Raiders somehow manage a way to get worse than what they were last season, the proof is in the pudding. Proof is in the pudding. Daniel Caps Keenan, here's the thing. We keep talking about trades for all these defensive players, but what that doesn't help is our problem with the offense. I talk about trades with the defensive players because the sources that I've been talking to indicate to me that that's what the Raiders are trying to upgrade. The Raiders are trying to upgrade their defense, and everyone that I've talked to, they don't think that their offense is the problem because they look at all the talent on the offensive side of the football, and they're like, man, we got a lot of really good players here. We just have bad quarterback play and a bad system. And I honestly think that's it. You have bad quarterback play and a bad system. That's the problem. And I think as soon as you fix your guy calling plays, and as soon as you get a different quarterback throwing the football, you're going to get a different result. And it's that simple to me. It sucks, but that's where we're at. Who? Josh Dobbs traded for a 6th-round pick. 2024 6th-round pick. Boy. Okay, yep. So it was the Cardinals. They traded Josh Dobbs and a 7th-round pick to the Vikings for a 2024 6th-round pick. So, it's been the trade that I think you're going to see a lot. It's kind of like the Randy Gregory trade. It's the trade if the Raiders move on from Hunter Renfrow, they're going to trade Hunter Renfrow and a 7th-round pick to get a 6th-round pick. I'm telling you, if the Raiders trade Renfrow, that's what it's going to end up being. You're getting a 6th-rounder and you're trading away Renfrow, and you're going to have to trade away a 7th-round pick. People are going to freak out, but that's what it's going to be. Keep Colton Miller, Maxx Crosby, Davante Adams, Jacoby Myers, trade everyone else. Yeah, I'm not going to go this far. I mean, I still think that Tyree Wilson's going to develop into a good player. I know some people aren't as crazy about that idea, but I never anticipated him being ready to go from the jump of the season, and you've seen him get better and better and better as the season has gone on because he's getting healthier and healthier. So I'm not going to do that. I still think that the Raiders have some solid building block players, but there's a lot of guys on that roster. If they traded them today, I would not be mad at all. Not even a little bit would I be upset. What up, Mask? Again, no Ultimate Warrior. We kind of explained that one earlier. Chugs had a little bit of a situation this weekend, but I did dress up as Supergirl. So, Michael, wouldn't be shocked if they did nothing at the deadline. I wouldn't be shocked either. I don't think anybody who's watching this show right now wouldn't be shocked if the Raiders didn't do anything, because if the Raiders do something, that means that they're actually trying to make a change. You got a coaching staff, you got an organization that is so allergic to change right now because they feel like what they do is the right thing always. They don't feel like that they have a problem. There's no way that the Raiders feel like that they have a problem because you haven't tried to do anything to change it. You just keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, and that's what makes McDaniels insane. He's like, oh, it's not my fault. I mean, he literally said yesterday it's hard to win when you turn over the ball, which I agree, but it's also hard to win when you put the wrong quarterback out there. And, you know, I was battling people this past week of, Aiden O'Connell's a better QB than Jimmy Garoppolo, and, you know, the names I was getting called, it's crazy. What's crazy is you not watching football or watching Jimmy Garoppolo for a few weeks and thinking that that's the guy that gives you the best chance to win. That's crazy. What up, Shabazz? But only kinda. So is Hunter Renfrow staying? I don't know yet. I mean, we have an hour 52. Also, it was just reported here by Jeff Howe. Oh, boy. No teams have contacted the Patriots about trading for Mac Jones. Thank the Lord. No teams have contacted the Patriots about trading for Mac Jones. I'm worried that the Raiders are going to try to trade for Mac Jones or Jacoby Brissett. If they did that, I don't know what would happen. I mean, Jacoby Brissett would be a clear upgrade over every quarterback on the Raiders, but I don't want Jacoby Brissett. Roll with Aiden. See what you got in the rookie. The hair flips to the side as funny as, I'll tell you this, I must be a natural at it. I will say this is probably like the 10th wig I've worn in my entire life. This is the most real hair. Like, I feel like this was on somebody yesterday. Oh, dude, you put Roy in this wig, and that's a problem. You put Roy in this wig, and I'm about to have an issue. What up, Jersey Raider? Mark brought Josh McDaniels on because he's supposed to be an offensive guru. Mark should pull in his head coaching duties during the games and let him just be the OC. If he fails, then we know 100% it was Brady, not him. I mean, we know it was Brady. I mean, it's not a question at this point. We know the Patriot way was developed because they had Tom Brady, the greatest quarterback of all time. Bill Belichick can't win football games without him. Nobody that's ever tried to do the Patriot way has ever been able to win without Tom Brady. I mean, it's just the fact. Like, they haven't been able to do it without him. So to me, I've seen enough to know that Josh McDaniels isn't an offensive guru. Never thought that he was an offensive guru. But you know what? The Raiders, unfortunately, they did feel like that he was an offensive guru. What up, Wild One? Rumors on Hunter being released if not traded. No, if the Raiders were to release Hunter Renfrow, I mean, that would just chalk that up as another extremely dumb decision that this organization has made, because you've already paid Hunter Renfrow for this season. So you don't save any money. You just lose money. And I don't really forecast Hunter Renfrow being a locker room cancer, because according to Josh McDaniels, him and Renfrow's relationship is 100% fine. So if your head coach is going to say, oh, no, our relationship is 100% fine, you don't release a guy if your relationship is, in fact, 100% fine. So something would have to be a lie in there. I mean, obviously, I don't believe anything that McDaniel says. Nobody should. And if you do believe anything McDaniel says, I feel really, really bad for you. Life's going to be tough, no doubt about it. But no, it doesn't make any sense to release Renfrow because we have already paid him for this season. Who's more likely to get traded today. If you think it's Josh Jacobs, type JJ. If you think it's Hunter Renfrow, I want you to type HR. If there's another player out there that you're like, Mitch, this guy could be the Raiders player that gets dealt, let me know down below. Let me know down below. Juan Hernandez says Hunter Renfrow. Also, excuse my voice yesterday, which I'm sure y'all are in the same boat as me. I was hooting and hollering, screaming from the absolute rooftops to fire McDaniels, and I was screaming that how bad this Raiders team was yesterday. So I know my voice sounds like shit, but hey, we're here. We're getting through the NFL trade deadline coverage here on the Raiders Report. And remember, any chance I have to go live and talk to y'all, to vent, especially after a shit show of a game that we had to watch last night, I will always do my best to go live and always break anything possible down here on the Raiders Report. Always, always remember that. Who do you think, though, is more likely to get traded? Do you think it's Josh Jacobs, or do you think it's Hunter Renfrow? I want you to type JJ for Josh Jacobs, HR for Hunter Renfrow. The next time then Chugs and I are going to be live this week is going to be on Thursday for Thursday Night Football. And to be honest, I don't even know who the hell is playing on Thursday Night Football. I have no idea who's playing Thursday Night Football. I'll have to check it out. Who's playing Thursday night this week? Do you guys know? Thursday Night Football. Let's see here. Week 9. And I've been waiting all day for a Thursday. Steelers-Titans. All right. Steelers-Titans. Steelers have a terrible offense. We get to see Will Levis. Kenny Pickett versus Will Levis. Not bad. Will Levis, Kenny Pickett, little Thursday Night Football action. I'm into it. I'm definitely into it. All right, y'all. We got 1,500 people here in the building. We got to do our final call for our 50-50 raffle. You got about 7 more minutes to get in. As soon as this clock down below hits 1:40, we are going to do a duck race. It's $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365 for a chance to get in and win some money. Which right now, the people that we got in, we have 13, and then I just got an extra one here from Juan Pablo. You in? That's 14, and then Victor. No. Juan Pablo, no. That's Pablo Sanchez. Pablo Sanchez. Bonus question here. What was his nickname? I was a big backyard sports player, like backyard baseball, backyard basketball. Trivia question here for all the people in the chat that know what backyard baseball is. Pablo Sanchez, what was his nickname? Does anybody know? Pablo Sanchez, what was his nickname? Totally random question here. I'm curious to see if does anybody even know who Pablo Sanchez is? That might be the better question. Not Captain. Not Boom Sancho. Not Panda. The secret weapon from Brandon. That guy. Backyard baseball legend, the secret weapon, Pablo Sanchez. Honestly, Major Jones, it's a decent guess. It's a decent guess. Decent guess. All right, y'all, we have 15 people right now in our duck race, and you know what? We just added another. Chad Howard in. Winner right now gets $160. Yep. And then Anthony Allen says, you know what, Mitch? Enter me. You know what, Anthony? I will enter you. You in. 17 people in, which means winner gets $170. What up, Sancho? Don't want to see trades. These are proven players. All we need is to fire McDaniels and roll with Patrick Graham. Whether you like Patrick Graham or not, to me, anybody is an upgrade over McDaniels. And you know, I feel like I have said this for I don't even know how many weeks, months, over a year at this point. To me, the Raiders can't tell me that they think McDaniels gives them the best chance to win. And again, if you don't want to fire him, cool. Make him the offensive coordinator and let somebody else be the new interim head coach, and then takes a little bit of pressure off of McDaniels' shoulders, because McDaniels clearly can't be a head coach. And if you just want him to call plays, well, then let him be the OC. But if McDaniels is too much of, a proud guy to just say, no, I'm not going to give up the head coaching duty, fine, go be a head coach, but now let Mick Lombardi or let literally anybody go out there and call the plays. What you can't do is have another week where it's just excuse after excuse after excuse. Hang on, trade here, another Vikings trade. The Minnesota Vikings are trading guard Ezra Cleveland to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Just happened. The Vikings, another trade. They are trading guard Ezra Cleveland to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They do need some interior offensive line. You know what I need? I need some good luck. I need some good luck because last night I feel like I got kicked right in the gonads. But you know what? With PrizePicks, daily fantasy sports made easy. I'm going to have some fun watching World Series Game 4 tonight. I'm going to have some fun on all the games that I know I'm going to be sitting down and just watching. You can mix and match as well. You can do football, mix it in with a little bit of baseball. You can do a little NBA, mix that in with a little bit of baseball, NBA and football, whatever you want. Can you do tennis with, yeah? See, my problem is I don't know enough about tennis. Oh, MMA would be fun. Like, if you're like, all right, I'm going to get a fight with a bunch of my buddies, and then you're going to put some money down with PrizePicks. The moron left jabs. That would be actually hilarious. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. PrizePicks, I actually just found this out, Jeremy, which I love. It even offers a reboot policy so that your entries stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. So for football and basketball games, if you've ever had a player who exits the game in the first half and does not return in the second, the player is rebooted. So PrizePicks is the only daily fantasy sports platform with an injury insurance policy, which I kind of like. I mean, imagine if, Joe Burrow's out there cooking, and I know I got them more, and then right before he gets it, he gets hurt or something like that. I mean, that kind of stinks, obviously, when that happens. However, though, I do like this reboot policy that PrizePicks has. So if a player does end up getting injured, you don't get screwed over by it. So anyway, if you want to get started with our sponsor here, that link's going to be available to you guys down in the comments and down in the description, prizepicks.com/CLNS. What?
Like last night, Max Scherzer, starting pitcher for the Rangers.
Oh, yeah, it's actually a good example.
A lot of people I know had the more on strikeouts. He got injured in the second inning, so he was rebooted, so it didn't count against you.
Yep. No, that's a good example. I was trying to think of a recent example, which I actually had one that benefited me a few weeks ago when the Raiders and was what the Patriots played. I won that one because I took the less on the rushing yards, but the running back got hurt for like 2 quarters, and he just missed it by like 10 yards or something like that. So I got lucky. But if you, let's say, went the more in that situation, then PrizePicks has got you covered. Cheers to the nation out there. Cheers to PrizePicks. All right, so the Vikings, they traded Ezra Cleveland, an offensive guard to the Jaguars. The Jaguars give the Jaguars give the Vikings a 6th-round pick. Correct. What up, Tyrone? Can we trade McDoofus? I think everyone watching the show right now wishes that the answer to that was yes. And in fact, you don't even need to trade him. You don't even need to trade him. You can just cut him. What up, Jersey Raider? If Josh McDaniels gets fired, who's your top candidates? I was going to say, Jersey Raider, I would say just go check out the video that I made last week, which if you want, I can just put the link for you guys down here in the comments. Very true. Are you talking about interim candidates or are you talking about next year? Because I have both. If you're talking about head coaching candidates for next season, it's this link. If you want to go check out the video, I'm putting it right now down in the description. If you want interim head coaching candidates, then I need you to click this link here. Because I made both. So I made them for last season, and then I also made it for the interim coaching candidates. So if you want to see who I think the top guys are for next year, and then if the Raiders do end up firing McDaniels, I got those as well. All right, Jeremy. Let's get the duck race here going. Carlos, McDaniels won't be fired until Black Monday. Tank. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I don't think that the Raiders necessarily are going to wait until then. I mean, to me, if they should have done it, they should have done it already. But usually this is the day that the Raiders and all NFL teams end up firing their head coaches. It's the Monday after the football season, for those that don't know. You could also look at Week 13. I mean, you could look at Week 13. I got a few more people here that have entered the duck race, and this will be the final call for people to get in here. Final call to get in, $20 Venmo for a chance to get in the duck race. Justine, you in? Alex Lopez, you in? That puts us at 19. And then I just saw Patrick B. Shout out to Mount Raidermore in the building here, y'all. Shout out to Patrick B. He asked, is it too late to get in? Patrick, I'll hold up the line for Mount Raidermore.
It's not too late. It's never too late. James Guevara, corn eating competition. Jimmy G and McDingus, loser gets fired. Plot twist, both losers get fired. Bring back Papa Rich.
Yeah, I mean, I love me some Rich Bisaccia, but I will always find it very fascinating that all Raider fans, and I get it, you go back to what you know. I'm always fascinated by the amount of Raider fans like, let's bring back Gruden, let's bring back Bisaccia, let's bring back Jack Del Rio.
Yeah, I was going to say, the one that gets me the most is Del Rio, because it's like, arguably the worst part of the Commanders is their defense right now.
Patrick B.
Well,
Del Rio was part of the coaching staff when Carr played at a really high level, and then...
But he's a defensive guy.
Yeah. And
the defense wasn't good. If you're that guy for like a specific thing, like if we brought Mitch in to Chat Sports to do Raiders coverage, and we were like, oh well, he's actually pretty good with Celtics coverage, but he sucks at Raiders.
Yeah. Then
it's not successful. Like, you're not doing what we brought you to do.
But he can drink boots.
Yeah.
And he can wear a gnarly wig. I'm not gonna lie to you. There's a part of me that I think I could pull off long hair. If I had like this mustache right here with a little 5 o'clock shadow, I think I could pull off a blonde wig. How long do you think it would take for me to grow my hair this long? Honest question.
A long time. Like
5 years?
Yeah, I was going to say years.
All right.
5 to 8 years.
I'm going to make a deal right now. I'm going to grow my hair this long. I'm not going to get a haircut. No, I'm just kidding.
Autumn,
see like Raider Ron just poke his head in.
Autumn Wind. Anyone in Santa Clarita, California that has no kids but dogs, we are hosting a dog and treat today at 5 p.m. across from the mall.
Dude, I freaking love that.
That's
so
dope.
Wait, so what do? You just, it's like trick-or-treating, but just with dogs?
Yeah.
They do that? I mean, I gotta
immediately text Alex.
I'm just saying, I'm like, babe, we gotta take Chuck out tonight.
Get Chuck.
Here's the problem though, Chuck doesn't like sweets. Like, anytime somebody offers him a treat that's that's honestly sweet, which right now he doesn't like anything pumpkin. I know that for a fact.
Oh, Sadie's on bad behavior. She loves sweets. Left a piece of banana bread on the counter yesterday. She scarfed that shit up.
Oh, really? I could leave.
Which is weird because she doesn't eat bananas. Like, I've tried to give her a slice of banana before, and she literally spits it out, and I have to pick up this slimy piece of banana. Banana bread, though?
I've never seen a dog like Chuck because he, like, legitimately doesn't eat sometimes. Like, sometimes with his food, he just... I even bought Farmer's dog just because I wanted to help him, I don't know, enjoy the food that he was eating. I could dump out an entire box of, like, pumpkin cookies on the floor, or I could dump out an entire box of something sweet on the floor. Chuck wouldn't even look at it. He wouldn't eat it. I could leave him home alone. I'm good. No problem.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of bizarre, man. Wild one. With Josh McDaniels, we don't need the tank. He's that bad. I don't think the Raiders need to tank. I mean, if they tried to tank, it would be... I feel like you would know at this point. You wouldn't score anything. Yeah. Nothing.
Raider 8, yeah, let's keep that out of the chat. We're talking Raiders stuff here. If you want to do that, you can go somewhere else. Raider 8-ball.
Oh, boy. Patrick B., did I miss the duck race? No. Jeremy, let's answer this one from Isaac, and then let's do the duck race here. The people that are in right now, we got 20 people in the duck race. This is it. No more is going to enter. We'll do another one here right before the trade deadline is over. But as it is right now, the first race winner's going to get $200. Isaac, I just watched your first ever video, and you sound so different. Y'all should watch it. Also, hope you're feeling better there, Mr. Chug. I mean, if you mean the first video that I ever made here at Chat Sports, it's because the headsets that we have are a lot different. It's also a different area. So the first place we were ever in was a WeWork, and it was a really, really small area. And the floors were hardwood. Everything around us was hard, like glass. So the sound would travel. It would sound really, really echoey. But also, I've gotten older, so my voice has changed. I've noticed that.
I'm going to put in the names for the race. This profile picture gets me every time. I don't know what it is.
Dirty Mike and the Boys. Name that movie. So my fantasy football name is usually Dirty Mitch and the Boys. No. Dirty Mike and the Boys. Can anybody name that movie? Yes. Nope. Honestly, that's like Mark Davis after a 500 milli vanilli. He is tripping ball sack. He looks like he's got a pair of nuts on his eyelids. I love the picture. It's freaking hilarious. But the movie is The Other Guys. So remember they get their Prius, it's stolen, and then Dirty Mike and the Boys leave a note like thanks for the F Shack. They use it as an orgy. I forget what it's called. What do they call it? Oh no, there's like a certain name when it's a bunch of homeless people do it in your car. And I can't remember what the movie calls it. It's not Despop is a very popular term from that movie. Soup Kitchen. Yes. Holy shit. Oh, yeah, they call it a soup kitchen. Thanks for the F Shack, Dirty Mike and the Boys. Holy shit, that's hilarious. I don't know who was the first person that said it, but shout out to you. Who said it? Who's the first person that said soup kitchen? Call it a soup kitchen. Is that from Taino? Taino Raider. Of course Taino knew it was a soup kitchen. He's like, I'll tell you what, I've been a frequent flyer at a lot of good soup kitchens. Taino, it's all good, man. Oh, man, that's funny as hell. A soup kitchen. Never again. Never again. All right, Chugs is inputting the names here for our duck race. For those that do not know, $20 to get in. The names were already done for the first race. It's 20 people in. If you want to enter the next race, you can send in a $20 Venmo unless we decide to go more, though. I feel like we've kind of sat in that 20 range. Maybe we could do a 10 if you guys are down to get down. $10 Venmo for the next race if you want to get in one. But right now, as it stands, duck race time coming up here on the show, and we're still just counting down to the NFL trade deadline. Trades can be made up until an hour and 30 minutes, so it's 4 p.m. Eastern time, and we're just going to stay live here waiting, anticipating, and wondering, are the Raiders going to make a deal? Is Hunter Renfrow going to remain on this team? Is Josh Jacobs going to remain on this team? It's already been confirmed that the Raiders will not trade away. Will not trade away. No, we've already locked it, so the next race will be the next race. Sounds good. What up, MDB Super Dave? This is the McDummy. Wait, this is the McDummy. If he tried to tank, they would win the Super Bowl. I just don't. I think if McDaniels purposely tried to lose, I don't want to know how bad that they would actually be. I don't like to think that a college team could beat an NFL team because I think it's a very overblown and stupid thing that people say. But if McDaniels purposely tried to lose football games, they might lose to a college team. Oh, dude. If Crosby up against any college offensive line, he's getting at least 3 sacks that game. He's gonna be eaten. What up, John Jarvis? Thanks, bro, for supporting the show. Dirty Mike and the boys. McDaniels belongs in the soup kitchen. What do you think his job would be? The fondler? Yikes. Well, yeah. A real soup kitchen. You think he's like the taste tester? He just puts one finger in. Yeah, that's warm. Oh, man. Is it Mexican? Autumn win. John Gruden, Coach Del Rio, offensive coordinator Charles Woodson. Wait. Okay, I see what you're saying. John Gruden, you're saying as a head coach. Del Rio as the OC. Charles Woodson as the DC. Bam. That is a Raider lineup. I mean, here's the problem. I don't like it. I don't want to have John Gruden as my head coach. And I don't want Jack Del Rio to be my OC. And I know Charles Woodson doesn't want to be the defensive coordinator of the Raiders. He's very happy with his whiskey business, which I don't blame him. Though Woodson did tweet out last night, like something like "make it stop" or something like that. He wants him gone. I did the translation. I am the captain, the club president of the Fire Josh McDaniels area. All right. And I got him. I think. Yep. 1,400 people here in the building, y'all. This race is going to decide. This race is going to decide who wins $200. And it's a Halloween race. I think we're doing Halloween races all day today. I mean, it's only fitting, right? Yeah, and then the suits just kind of seem effed up here. Then it seems a little bit effed up. Did a few shuffles. I like it. I like it. Okay. Ready? Winner gets $200. Somebody just said trade for Mahomes. 15 first-round picks, and the Chiefs still say no to you. There's not anything that I would trade Mahomes for.
G-Money, old dads, pretty funny.
It is pretty funny. It really is. It's literally just like a Bill Burr comedy skit the entire time.
This olive tree really doesn't. It really doesn't mesh with our ecosystem.
Dude, I don't know what I would do in that situation. I honestly don't know what I would do in that situation.
Like where you watch The Office or shows where it's like you like cringe.
Yeah.
Like it gives you secondhand embarrassment.
Yep.
The scene where he has to apologize in front of the entire school. I felt it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even imagine as a parent just being like, wait, I got to apologize to all of you?
I would have been like, I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Bill Burr is definitely like super old guy, get off my lawn in that like movie. I'm not that far like he is, but they do a great job in that movie being like, are you effing kidding me right now? I'm with you. All right, coming up here, Halloween race. Winner gets $200 starting in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. All right, out to a nice little lead here. I want to say is Jose Cast. Watch out for them. And then we got Chad Howard up at the very, very top there. Right now, Joey Cast, Skyler Coney, I want to say. Raider Josh, Alex Lopez, Justine, Manuel Ruiz. Keep an eye on them. But now it's Justine. I'm not really sure what Juan is. Juan looks like if Chuck and Shrek got together and shit that out. That's what Juan is. Now I believe Patrick B in his pumpkin costume. I don't know what Isaac is. Sal Mena is just powering through this right now. I think Joseph Dotson is in a very interesting spot. You always got to watch out for Nico Laz and Luis Rodriguez, whatever the heck they are. Watch out for Montoya. Raider Josh is making a charge. Raider Josh is making a charge. Is it going to be Raider Josh? I mean, he's doing a little, All right, Raider Josh. Lean with it. Rock with it. Congrats to Raider Josh. Nico Laz says, damn, LOL. I'll tell you this right now. I don't feel bad for you at all, Nico. I just want everyone to know, or Nico, I want you to know that every time you and Luis Rodriguez enter a race, nobody wants you to win. I don't mind if you win. Jeremy doesn't mind if you win. But you guys are definitely not the people that get rooted for. Let's just put it like that. Also, Raider Josh has played. He's played a bunch. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That's Raider Josh's 17th race. Nope. Third win. Good odds. Raider Josh, congrats. And do the monster mash. He did the match. He did the monster mash. Da-na-na-na.
It was a graveyard smash.
Okay, so next race here is, you want to do 10? All right, we're going to do a 10 race here. You can do multiple. Sounds good to me. So that means already from the jump here, Chris Mel is in twice. Chris Mel, you in. And then I think I just saw Nico Laz. Wow, 49ers, Chase Young. 49ers, Chase Young. 49ers, Chase Young. Jay Glazer. The 49ers, according to Jay Glazer, 49ers agree to a deal for Chase Young. I don't know. I mean, he's the only one that's put it out there right now, but according to Jay Glazer, the 49ers have agreed to a deal for Chase Young. I mean, the Niners are staying aggressive, I'll tell you that. Nick Bosa, Chase Young, Randy Gregory. I mean, that's insane. Nico Laz, you in. Yep. It's official. The Commanders are trading Chase Young to the 49ers, and apparently it's likely to be only a mid-round pick. Oh my God. That's according to Rappaport. Chase Young is headed to the San Francisco 49ers. Oh my goodness. That's unbelievable. I can't stand the Niners.
It just makes you laugh when teams like this, like, what do you even say?
I mean, credit the Niners for being aggressive. I'll tell you that. I wish the Raiders were as aggressive. I also wish the Raiders were a competent franchise. But hey, we're here anyway, right? We're here anyway. Unbelievable.
In the chat, what's your one-word reaction to Chase Young to the Niners?
Third round pick.
Third rounder?
Third round pick for Chase Young. That's unbelievable. I mean, that's unbelievable. Chase Young for a third round pick. I mean, if you're the Raiders, why wouldn't you do that? I mean, I'm saying if you're actually trying to win football games. I don't know if the Raiders are trying to win. I know they say that they're trying to win. But, man, I mean, a third round pick for Chase Young, if he stays healthy. You got Nick Bosa, Chase Young. Were they teammates at Ohio State? I don't know. Say they're right there. What is your one-word reaction to the 49ers trading for Chase Young? I mean, the 49ers now have Chase Young, and then they have the older version of him in Chase Sr. All in one. Yep. There you go. Third round pick for Chase Young. What's your one-word reaction? My one-word reaction is the F word. So if you just want to say the F word as well, you can type it down below. Nicholas Clover said, shock, WTF from Mo. F my life from Ryan. Wild from Angel. One word is F McDaniels. Love it. Because they're terrible at their job. So Nick Bosa and Chase Young did play together at Ohio State. Maybe. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't remember them ever being on the field at the same time, but I know they obviously both went to Ohio State. That's huge, man. What a massive, massive trade there that just went down in the NFL. Massive, massive trade. Also, it was just confirmed by Josina, so don't worry, everyone. I can't even believe that. Oh man. That's pretty wild. Joe Bird, Kobe, Juan, Nico, you all in. Manuel, you also in. Right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people in our next duck race. $10 Venmo. I don't know if you saw down in the comments. Somebody said it feels like they're getting their hair down there twisted. I mean, that's brutal. That's got to sting, man. Somebody said a dog race. We might be able to do a chuck race, but since it's Halloween, I feel like we should do like the monster races, the goblins, the ghosts, the spooky ones. I think all those are good answers for the race that we can do. All right, y'all, we are live here for the NFL trade deadline, still waiting on the Raiders to potentially make a deal here, but unfortunately, for everyone that also can't stand the San Francisco 49ers, they just made a trade. They just made a trade for Chase Young. It's a third-round pick. Niners give up a third-round pick for Chase Young. It's a heartbreaking move. Only a third-round pick, and it's a comp third pick. So the Commanders just traded Montez Sweat to the Bears, and they just traded Chase Young, and they got a day 2 pick for each. They got a second-round pick for Montez Sweat and a third-round pick for Chase Young. I mean, that's the ultimate. We're trying to sell. Also, the fact that Sam Howell has been as good as what he's been, there's reports out there that Jacoby Brissett, teams have been calling about him. And if the Commanders are really just saying, F it, sell, it makes me worried that the Raiders could potentially trade for Jacoby Brissett because that's somebody that McDaniels has a relationship with, and that's how this organization operates, unfortunately. Let's go to Sal. McDaniels is definitely related to Biden in press conferences. I'll admit, I don't listen to a lot of what Biden says during his press conferences because it's the same reason as McDaniels. You feel like you just sit there and you're like, what did I just listen to? I don't know, man. But McDaniels, though, I think it might be worse. I think he might be worse. Let's go to Jay Dar. You're next up here on the Raiders Report. Also, Jeremy, the names that we have in right now. Chris Mel, Nico Laz, Juan, Kobe Carson, Joe Bird, Manuel, Eduardo, and then Raider Josh. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 names in for our next 50-50 raffle. $10 to get in. Winner right now gets $45. Jay Dar, what coloring book is our front office doing with their cartoons this morning? Not surprised we are doing absolutely nothing. Watered down and soft. Get the F out of here. I mean, I don't even know if Josh McDaniels can color within the lines. Like, to me, McDaniels is the guy where you don't want to give him something too challenging to color. Like, you just got to give him a blank piece of paper. You say, here's a bunch of the basic crayons and have a good time. It kind of reminds me when I was a little kid and I'd go to this family restaurant called Friendly's. I don't know if they're popular anywhere else. They're very popular in my hometown, Central Pennsylvania. But I'd go to Friendly's and, you know, they'd hand me a coloring book and they'd hand me a bunch of crayons and I'm occupied until my food shows up. I actually think that's what Josh McDaniels might do in his free time. I think he colors. But nothing too challenging, though. Silver and Black 31. What up, Raiders? We are buyers at the trade deadline. Also, Raiders, do nothing at the deadline. Does it surprise you? This organization is built on the backs of lying to y'all's faces. I mean, they've done it for 2 years in a row. They just sit up there, they tell you exactly what you want to hear, or they tell you an answer that you're like, I'm not really sure if that was even an answer, and they just move on. A 2024 third-round pick, however, I'm looking at it, and it might be a comp pick. A comp third-round pick. So it might even be less. Might even be less. It's frustrating. The Raiders are frustrating. Breaking news. Any Raider fan that's tuning in right now, the Raiders are a frustrating team. Breaking news. The Raiders were a frustrating team before Josh McDaniels. Now, you just added gasoline to a fire. I mean, essentially, that's what you did. Josh McDaniels is gasoline to the Raiders' fire. Raiders should have traded Jimmy G for Josh Dobbs. I don't think the Cardinals want him. I think Josh Dobbs is a better quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo right now. I think Jimmy Garoppolo legitimately is the worst starting quarterback in the NFL. In the NFL. I can remember a few weeks ago when I made the video about should the Raiders trade Jimmy G to the Jets for a first-round pick, and oh my goodness, the names that I got. I don't think that you would get a fifth-round pick for Jimmy G right now. You wouldn't get a fifth-round pick for Jimmy Garoppolo right now. Jeremy Wiley, yes. Chase Young is a 49er third-round pick. Stoffel the Badger, it was embarrassing on Monday Night Football. It was an embarrassing game, and I think it's funny. You know, some people were like, Mitch, you're overreacting. The Raiders only lost 26-14. That just tells me you didn't watch the game. The Raiders got outgained by 329 yards. It's the second most yard differential this season. The only team that got outgained more, the Denver Broncos, when they lost 70-20 to the Dolphins.
Mitch, you know what's interesting?
Let's hear it.
I feel like you can gauge how well the team's doing and gauge, where the Raiders are at this season by going to the Gametime app and looking at the ticket prices.
I mean, they have been going down. Like, there's no doubt about that. I know when I first started looking at tickets for the Raiders, because my dad, he's planning on being out in Vegas week 10, Raiders-Jets weekend. So I was thinking about trying to go out there, and I was looking at tickets for him. And the ticket prices have continued to go down and down and down. But if anybody is planning on going to a Raiders game, I would recommend just going out to Vegas, having a good time, and then you wait until a few hours before kickoff, and then you get your ticket if the price goes a little bit low. And if anybody out there doesn't already know about Gametime, you're living further in the past than what Josh McDaniels' offense is. So I encourage the nation right now to download the Gametime app and make sure that you use promo code RaidersChat. You're going to be able to get $20 off. And to me, downloading Gametime is a good app for just figuring out what you're trying to do, whether you want to go to a concert, whether you want to go to a comedy event, whether you're trying to go to an NBA game, an MLB game, NHL, maybe it's football on top of that. So Raider Nation, I want you to create an account and redeem code RaidersChat for $20 off and download Gametime today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. I know for me personally, I've been checking Gametime every day to see if Texas Rangers World Series tickets go down. And since the Rangers are up right now 2-1, I'm really, really hoping that the game comes back to Arlington, and then that way I can potentially go to a World Series game. I will say Game 7 World Series would be electric. Would be a lot of fun. Whatever your event is, though, Gametime and the Raiders Report here is to hook you up. That link's going to be available to you guys down in the comments and in the description of today's show. Download the Gametime app today. Click on that link and then use code RaidersChat for $20 off. Let's go to Guys Does Pyrotechnics. Are we not making moves because of Dave or because Josh believes he is his guys? Guz does pyrotechnics. Guz does. All right. So, I don't know if McDaniels believes that he has the right pieces in motion. I actually think that McDaniels thinks that the team that he has created and the team he is running is the right guys in place, and just because that they aren't executing is the reason why they're losing, which McDaniels isn't 100% wrong in him saying that the Raiders need to be able to execute better. The Raiders need to be able to not turn the football over. All of those things are no duh, right? no shit, you shouldn't turn over the football. But then it's on Josh McDaniels. I mean, McDaniels going out and picking Jimmy Garoppolo over all the other quarterbacks that were available this offseason. That's like you going to McDonald's every day, ordering a Big Mac, and then getting upset that you're not losing weight. Like, you knew what you were getting yourself into. You handpicked your quarterback, and your quarterback, unfortunately, is a fat, greasy Happy Meal that makes nobody happy here for the Raiders. I mean, it's just McDaniels isn't the guy. He's not the guy. We know it. The Raiders know it. If you don't know it at this point, I don't know what you're watching. I don't know what you're watching. Let's go to Roland. Roland, what's up, man? It's been a minute. Roland's an OG. Roland, it's good to hear from you, dude. I mean that. At this point, can we just bring back Art Shell for a third shot at coaching this team, or maybe see if Tom Flores has one more season in him? As much as I would love to see Flores on the sidelines of a Raiders game, I know you're kidding with all these. I mean, to me, the Raiders just got to go with a young head coach. You got to go with somebody who has the ability, that can make changes, that's not afraid to be a little bit different, and to know how to make the correct calls in game, know how to, come up with a game plan and say, oh shit, like this game plan isn't working. How do I deviate from that game plan? Because McDaniels creates a game plan that's shit, realizes that it's a shit game plan, and instead of going, all right, well, what's another game plan? He's like, you know what? I'm going to stick with this one. And it's bad. McDaniels brings a knife to a gunfight every single week and then wonders why he never wins. And what's worse is it's like that guy could tell McDaniels, hey, I'm going to bring a gun to this gunfight. And McDaniels is like, great, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to bring a knife to this fight. And he's like, I can't believe I lost. Every week, just put that on loop over and over and over and over again. What up, Go Get Us Gang? Theory, hear me out. What if Al gives more attention to the Raiders than Mark got from his dad growing up? Out of jealousy, he's bringing them down because he doesn't care about Raider Nation. It's personal. I mean, I'll tell you what. I'll say this. You're actually not the first person that has brought this up to me, this conspiracy theory of why Mark Davis is purposely trying to do it. I'm not going to buy it, though. I know that the Raiders mean a lot to Mark Davis. I know people who are very close to Davis, and it's an interesting theory. I tell you that. I know for a fact that you're a big conspiracy guy. I mean, that's the other part. Jeremy said, I don't know if you guys could hear him, but it was like, Dad, how dare you make me a billionaire? If Mark Davis hates the Raiders that much, and I don't believe it, because that's the team that's making him billions of dollars. But it's a good conspiracy theory. I'll give you that. All right, y'all. We got about 1 hour and 6 minutes left here of the NFL trade deadline. I don't know if anything's going to happen. I want something to happen, but I don't know if anything is going to end up going down. Also, for our 50-50 raffle, $10 to get in. You can have multiple entries, so if you send me a 20, I'm just going to put your name in twice. So Anthony Allen, I'm listening. Yeah, it was reported yesterday that he had a torn Achilles, and now it's officially official. Kirk Cousins is officially placed on IR and done for the year. Yeah, I mean, that was brutal. Seeing Kirk go down like that, I earned a lot of respect from Kirk just from watching the quarterback series. But seeing somebody pop their Achilles like that, I mean, it just makes you flinch. Anthony Allen, you in. And then Anthony Allen again, you in. Monica, in. Luis Rod, in. Luis says, you know what, Mitch, put me down for 2 of them. Cool. Also, the Vikings are planning on starting quarterback Jaron Hall versus the Falcons. So they're not going to start Joshua Dobbs, who they just traded for today. They're still going to roll with Jaron Hall. What up, D. Sterling? If we somehow get Ben Johnson, we won't. He's the offensive coordinator for the Lions. I will be all in for the Raiders retooling and getting in the right direction, but it won't happen, sadly. Ben Johnson is one of my top candidates out there for the Raiders. If you want to go on the offensive side of the football for next season, young. He's creative. He's had a good track record. I like this idea a lot. Ben Johnson is one of the best candidates out there. There's no doubt about it to me. All right, Luis Rodriguez got 2 of them in. Then I got Corey Maxx, you in. And then I want to say I got one more that just rolled in here on Venmo. It is the case. I got David Perez that put me down for 2. David Perez. Got 2 more people in our duck race. It is Halloween. Hopefully everyone is having a good Halloween. I just found out that apparently they do trick-or-treating for dogs, which I might have to look into tonight for Chuckanito. What's your favorite scary or Halloween movie? Chugs, I need more expertise in this because I actually don't watch a lot of scarier Halloween movies.
Really?
Really. I'm not a fan. Like, to me, I guess if I were to watch a movie that I can handle that people consider scary or Halloween would be Saw. Like, I don't mind the Saw movies because to me they're just more gory. I don't like the creepy music, something sneaking up on me,
I've seen
showing in the back, like demonic shit. I don't do well with that.
I've seen a couple of the Halloween movies. Those aren't too bad because
Michael Myers?
Yeah, it's very unrealistic. Like a guy, like
I mean, he doesn't even run. He just goes very slow.
But I have seen a couple Paranormal Activities.
Okay.
Those are pretty scary. A little bit more lighthearted, Halloween Town. Always a good movie.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Kids movie.
To me, I'm going to watch the scary movies. Like, to me, I like Huluween, where you just go to, like, Hulu or something like that, and you can look at all the, like, different Halloween movies.
Ira, the scariest movie is The Raiders this season.
I mean, yes. The Raiders, watching them.
The Strangers.
That'll give you chills. The Strangers is a creepy movie.
What is that?
It's like, I believe, are they out in a cabin or, like, they're somewhere? Of course, like, it's like a new house, like Airbnb. And I feel like neighbors just, like, come up to them and, like, they, like, try to break into their house.
I remember.
Something like that.
I remember I was at a friend's house whenever I was a kid. And we watched this movie. It was so stupid, but I got the shit scared out of me. It was called When a Stranger Calls.
I don't know it.
And
Alex would know it. Alex knows all the movies.
That was pretty creepy. There's another movie. I don't remember.
I can say the most scared I've ever been from a movie. My buddy and I, when I was a kid, watched Signs right when it came out.
Yeah.
And he had a cornfield in his backyard. So we watched Signs, and then we walked through the cornfield at, like, midnight. Dude, I'm not kidding you. I can still remember, like, walking through that cornfield and just every, like, little thing that you heard. It could have been a bunny, sounded like Bigfoot. Like, I was like, oh, my goodness.
Dude.
Never again.
I think it's this movie, When a Stranger Calls. But it's basically like this babysitter is with these kids, and somebody keeps on calling her. And it's like basically like, I see you, like I'm gonna come get you, all this stuff, right? And you're probably not gonna watch it, so
I won't watch it.
I'll ruin it for you.
Please.
Stranger keeps on calling. At the end of the movie, it turns out the stranger is inside the house and is like upstairs.
Oh, Christ.
Yeah. And, like, at the end of the movie, she calls the cops, and she's, like, on the phone with them, and, like, they do, like, a 3-way call so they can track the call.
Nice.
And then they call her back, and they're like, get out. And she's like, what? And they're like, the call is coming from inside the house.
Oh, my goodness. Dude, one of the scary movies that Alex and I watched recently was on Netflix. It's a movie about... You think it's 2 boys that are being, like, held captive by this woman who isn't actually their mother, and it turns out that the boy is actually insane because somehow he killed, like, his brother, and he just, like, envisions him. It's on Netflix. I'll try to look for it. It's a mind F.
Another crazy, scary movie. Well, somewhat of a scary, somewhat of a, like, both. Have you seen The Orphan?
No. I won't watch that.
So it's a movie where
nope.
This family takes in an orphan, and she's like weirdly like trying to like separate the family, like the whole movie. Like,
Nope.
she's trying to get the parents to fight with each other. She's trying to get the kids to fight with the parents and stuff. At the end of the movie, it turns out the orphan, it's just somebody who has like a disease. Person's actually like 50 years old.
Ugh.
And she has a disease where she looks like she's 12. And she's like trying to kill the whole family.
Oh my goodness. Jeepers Creepers I actually didn't mind. Jeepers Creepers isn't that bad of a movie. Like, The Hills Have Eyes, I've watched that. No, thank you. I just hate scary movies. Like, why am I going to watch a movie when half the time I need the volume to be off? I got my hand over my eyeballs.
Wait, Captain Raider, that was a true story?
No way. The Orphan?
The Orphan? If so, holy shit.
Got a big-time trade rolling in here right now. The Cleveland Browns are trading wide receiver Donovan Peoples-Jones to the Detroit Lions. So the Lions, remember, Marvin Jones recently stepped away from football. So now Donovan Peoples-Jones is headed to Detroit, Michigan guy.
That's just weird because I don't really imagine the Browns having a super deep wide receiver room.
I mean, they have Elijah Moore, they have Amari Cooper, they have some pretty good names there, but
dude, Captain Raider, if that's real, holy crap. He said that's based on a true story.
I mean, that's like if Hasbulla decided to kill everyone.
That's like if you went to adopt a kid and it was Hasbulla.
And you find out that Hasbulla is like 50 years old.
Yes.
And they're trying to murder you.
That's literally the movie.
That's it. That's the movie.
Yeah. Nada says the movie Orphan is based on a true story about Barbara Skrilova, who posed as a 12-year-old girl named Annika in the Czech Republic. Holy crap.
Well, I guess I'm going to check off the Czech Republic as places I'm never going to visit. What up, D. Sterling? Scary movie watch party
Holy shit.
would be ballistic. See, the only problem with that is we wouldn't be able to actually show the movie, right? We wouldn't be.
It's just me and you watching the movie. And
that's what it would be. It would literally be Jeremy and I watching a scary movie.
And then every couple of minutes, Tex is like, "Shh, this is the good part."
I just picture Tex as like Chuck, where he wouldn't sit next to us; he would just curl up between my legs.
If you're the person who's watching a movie that you've already seen and you're like, this is the good part.
You can go F yourself. You can go hang out with Josh McDaniels as far as I'm concerned.
Ira, this season is the scariest.
Shout out to Ira Jackson. I don't know if you see he changed his picture. He's got the Raiders
that's
report.
lit.
The Raiders report jersey there in the background. And Ira, I wore your jersey yesterday. Shout out to Mr. Ira Jackson. Autumn wind is a Raider. Jokes for the kids' time. How do you fix a damaged jack-o'-lantern with a pumpkin patch? Why did the ghost quit his job? Because they kept making him work the graveyard shift. To be honest, I didn't know where those jokes were going to go because we got a joke yesterday on the show that I thought was a joke, and then it just turned out to be like something with Fire McDaniels. But honestly, those are good jokes. It's a good Halloween joke right there for the kids out in the streets. What up, Nico Laz? Scariest movie, McDaniels' offense. I watch it every Sunday, and sometimes on Monday as well. Dude, Thursday Night Football.
They're running onto the field. All you hear is.
Oh, horrifying. Jadar, every play the movie in 3, 2, 1. Just say every play the movie in 3, 2, 1. What am I missing here? Am I missing something? I mean, Jadar probably can't see his phone because he's got those goggles on. Jadar, am I missing something? I don't know. The Browns are getting a 2025 sixth for Donovan Peoples-Jones to the Detroit Lions. Also, Jeremy, I think I got all my jerseys on my desk. I kind of want to go see which New Jerseys I got. Maybe bring them in here and do some unveiling.
Yeah.
Yeah, you good? Let me just go grab them
Here,
real quick. Or if you want to go get them, that's fine.
Yeah. Here, let me.
Yeah, because then I got to take off. I got to take off my hair. I got to take my shirt off. It's just nobody wants to see Supergirl like that. Oh, the best Halloween candy. See, now we're talking. I think my favorite time of the year is when Brett steals all of his kids' candy and just brings it here to the Chat Sports Studios. And oh, dude, the Brett candy. I'm excited. I want to see what ends up happening here. Again, y'all, we are live for the 2023 NFL trade deadline. Still waiting to see if the Raiders end up making a move here. In the meantime, we're just going to be sitting. We're going to be talking. Are those footballs or are those the jerseys? Oh, okay. They're the footballs. Never mind. I thought we got the jerseys. It's only the footballs. Still cool, though. Still got the footballs. All right, what's the best Halloween candy? Let's get some shout-outs here. And let's get to 1,000 likes on this video. Can we get to 1,000 likes here? It's Halloween. I think all of us right now want McDaniels to get fired. I don't think that that's unfortunately going to happen. I'm not even sure if the Raiders end up making a trade today. If they do, again, they were supposedly going to be buyers. I don't know if I'm buying anything that the Raiders are selling right now, though. All right, what do we got here? I got Snickers from Dan Canyon, Reese's from Michael Roush, a Kit Kat from Ken Kenyon, Peanut Butter Cups from Blue Richards, a Heath Bar from Ray. I think Kit Kats are good. I've never heard anybody say it's my favorite candy. I'll admit that. Like, to me, if I get a Kit Kat, I like them because I love chocolate. On like an A, B, C, D, or F, like Kit Kats to me, it's a C.
Sneaky good candy, and I was talking with our Celtics host, Allie Barefoot, about this the other day. Sneaky good candy, which I never buy.
Take 5.
But I always, I love Take 5.
Love me a good Take 5.
But I always get it around Halloween time. Super good. The Midnight Milky Way.
What is it?
It's like Milky Way, but dark chocolate.
Yeah,
so good.
I'm not going to lie. What you just said there is every time I hear somebody say, I don't like tomatoes. Milky Way's the most boring candy. That's
Milky Way's good.
It's boring.
No, the most boring is Three Musketeers.
3 Musketeers. If you eat a 3 Musketeers, I'm sorry. If you give out 3 Musketeers for Halloween, you might as well just shit in somebody's candy bag because that's all milk. You might as well.
Trick or treat.
Ding dong.
That TikTok video.
Oh, dude.
Dude, Reese's Take 5.
Reese's Take 5 is
goated.
I mean, let's be real here. If you got a 3 Musketeers candy bar, you'd be like, are you kidding me?
Now,
nobody wants that.
I see
Milk Duds? No way.
I like Milk Duds. They're not my favorite, though.
Oh, my God.
I don't mind them. What I can't do, and I think it's a texture thing, Whoppers.
Love them.
Really?
Love them.
I don't. Brett, in or out on Whoppers?
The candy.
Yeah.
See, I like
Executive
Whoppers.
producer Brett's with me.
I like Whoppers. What about Almond Joy? Almond Joy?
Brett said he's got plenty at home.
Oh, I figured that.
I like Almond Joy. Almond Joy's good.
I like Almond Joy. 100 grand, not bad. Whoppers. I like them. See, I'm not like a Skittles guy, Sour Patch Kids. No, I like, give me the chocolate. Chocolate. That's
chocolate.
Payday?
Hey, you know what's really good? And I feel like
I like Paydays.
I only see it during Halloween.
Okay.
And it's actually sneakily might be better than Snickers, Babe Ruth.
It's a bad take.
Baby Ruth? Is it Babe Ruth or Baby?
It's Babe Ruth, but it's a bad take. They're not better than Snickers.
Dude, they're really good.
No.
I mean, what's the difference?
A lot.
Name 2.
Snickers? I mean, the name for one.
Besides the name, what's the difference between a Baby Ruth or Babe Ruth and a Snickers?
I mean, I feel like does Babe Ruth have caramel?
I think so.
What is a Babe Ruth? What is a Babe Ruth candy.
Oh, I was going to say, it
I know.
just shows up baseball player.
Babe Ruth is an American candy bar made of peanuts, caramel, and milk chocolate flavored nougat covered in a compound chocolate. I mean, I'm not going to lie, that sounds like a Snickers.
It's literally Snickers.
Is it? I mean, there's got to be some difference.
Look up what's in a Snickers.
Christ. What is in a Snickers?
Nestle Crunch is okay.
Oh, yeah, dude, this is totally different. Snickers consists of nougat, peanuts, caramel with chocolate coating. It's just in a different order.
It's literally the same thing.
Oh, I mean, they're like, well, the caramel, the nougat, peanut.
Taino says same ingredients, but
stacked
different.
Stacked different, yeah.
That's like being like, dude, our sandwich is way different. Yours is turkey, bacon, cheese, lettuce. Ours is lettuce, turkey, cheese, bacon.
I mean, he's got documentation. It checks out.
I am 12.
I am 12. All right.
Oh, see, like good chocolate.
I'm listening.
Have you ever had C's chocolate?
Like C's candy?
Yeah.
I have, yeah. My mom was obsessed with Gertrude Hawk. Do you know Gertrude Hawk?
Never
that's
heard
like
of her.
that's like Central Pennsylvania
V
fancy
Fire
candy.
Said thoughts on Butterfingers.
I like.
Only the little ones. If I get the big ones, I feel like they're always broken.
Yeah, if you eat a king size Butterfinger, you're a piece of shit. I mean, like think about how much of that gets just stuck in your teeth.
I like Butterfinger, but I can only have like the fun size.
Dude,
Carmelos,
yes.
Dots, I love Dots.
Oh Christ, it's terrible. The little.
If you had to rank your top 3 non-chocolate Halloween candies, what would they be?
Babe Ruth. I'd probably say Sour Patch Kids, Nerds.
Mm-hmm. I love some Swedish fish.
I see. I'm not really the watermelons. Is that watermelon candies? I guess.
Do you
whatever
like
Sperry has at his desk?
Tarts?
Sweet tarts are okay. They're okay. I feel like there's
the Starbursts.
I'm at.
You don't like Starbursts?
They're okay. I wouldn't like crave them. Skittles.
When you open a Starburst, what 2 colors are you looking for?
Red and darker red, probably. There's like a dark red and then there's like kind of a red, isn't there?
That's all reds.
All reds? Well, I'm here for the reds then. I might as well be in Cincinnati because that's what I want for
Corey
Starburst.
has the correct answer. It's pink and yellow.
Pink is good.
Pink and yellow.
Pink is good, no doubt about it. Nerds Rope is very good. I like me a Nerds Rope. Nice little Nerds cluster. Yeah.
Candy corn sucks.
Not a big candy corn fan, though the candy corn that you had was actually pretty good.
Nerds candy corn. Let's go over some of the trades that have happened today.
Let's go over some of the trades that happened today. Let's get this back on some football talk. Also, got a few more people here that just entered our 50-50 raffle. Remember, it's a $10 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. So the next person I got in is Octavio.
And if you like
Rosa.
black licorice, you can go F yourself.
Yeah, dude. Black licorice is just no.
Montez Sweat
Salvador in.
Going to the Bears.
Justine Gonzalez in. And then Daniel Canham in. Daniel Canham
Montez Sweat going to the Bears in exchange for a second-round pick to the Commanders. Josh Dobbs, the new quarterback for the Vikings, likely who the Raiders will face in a couple weeks. Josh Dobbs, the new quarterback for the Vikings. They do a late pick swap.
Though it was reported today that Jaron Hall will start this week for Minnesota. So Jaron Hall, rookie quarterback from BYU. Look at him as a really, really bad Patrick Mahomes. And the only reason why I say that is because Hall can throw from different arm angles, was a former baseball player. He just doesn't have arm strength, and he's not good. So people are like, oh, he's like a bad Patrick Mahomes. Sure, just because they played baseball.
The Jaguars get Ezra Cleveland, a guard from the Vikings, in exchange for a 6th-round pick.
Now Kevin O'Connell just said that the Vikings plan to start Hall. However, Dobbs could be potentially in a supportive role. Whatever the hell that means.
Let's go, Jaron!
Slap him on the ass. Hey, get in there.
The big one that just came.
Giggity. Chase Young to the Niners. Commanders get a 2024 comp 3rd-round pick.
Now, whenever they say comp 3rd-round pick, it makes me think that it's like a condition. Is it conditional?
I had the details up here.
Like, is it like they get a 3rd round if he plays X number of snaps?
Usually, yes, that's usually what it is. I'm trying to see here if the exact comp details are anywhere to be found. I don't see anything though now.
Renee, I have no clue. When we broke the news, Mitch actually broke the news before we were watching NFL Network.
I still don't know if NFL Network has showed it yet. Legitimately.
They did. They showed it.
I don't know.
But yeah, I don't know.
All right, here.
And I don't know how another team didn't want to trade for Chase Young for a 3rd-round pick.
All right, so according to Albert Breer, the Niners get Chase Young for a 2024 3rd-round comp pick, and if he walks after a big finish to the season, he'll likely bring back a 2025 3rd-round comp pick.
So possibly 2 3rd-round picks. Maybe that's like if they re-sign him.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I don't know. I don't think it's 2/3. I think it's either a 2024 3rd-round pick or a 2025 3rd-round pick, based on how much he plays and how he performs. It's weird. It's a weird scenario.
And I can tell you this: they'd get a 2024 3rd-round pick if he had Rex MD.
Hey, no doubt about it.
Lions trading for Browns receiver Donovan Man of the Peoples Jones.
That's what I've been told. I've been told he is, in fact, a man of the people.
And that's the latest big-time trade we have for you.
That's it. Those are all the trades that happened today. Again, deals have to be made before that clock down below hits 0. We heard a lot of talk about Hunter Renfrow potentially getting dealt. The Raiders have been shopping Renfrow. I just don't know if a deal's ultimately going to happen.
J. Roy, will McDaniels be fired before Christmas?
I know one thing. It's already on my Christmas. My Christmas list is short. And it's just fire McDaniels. That's it.
With all those trades that we went through, now would be a good time to talk to you about PrizePicks because a lot of movement going on.
True.
You might be able to get some good deals over at PrizePicks with their stat projections because a lot of people moving. I would look who's playing the Commanders this week.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you can get somebody who's playing the Commanders.
After they just traded Chase Young and Montez Sweat.
Morale has got to be low, right?
Probably. You already know that this team's basically just packing it in. Riverboat Ron's going to be on the way out.
Unfortunately, it's the Patriots.
Yikes.
So I don't know if you want to take them more on that.
Yikes.
Mac, I don't know if I could ever bring myself this season to take a more on Mac Jones.
Yeah. Well, we also know we have a lot of people on the West Coast, speaking of trades. What about James Harden to the Clippers? Is there anything on PrizePicks for Harden?
I don't think he's playing yet.
I don't think he's playing either, but I guess my point is sometimes when a trade happens, I'm like what are the
PrizePicks.
Yeah, what does it look like for PrizePicks?
PrizePicks.
Is it going to be more? Is it going to be less? How many yards, points? Instantly, that's where my mindset goes. But hey, if anybody wants to get started here with PrizePicks, it's daily fantasy sports made easy. All you got to do is go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. What do you got for me?
They've got some spooky deals.
Yeah? What do you got? Spooky deals on PrizePicks?
Well, I was looking at NBA.
Okay.
Yusuf Nurkic, who is the Suns center, got traded from the Blazers.
Okay.
They have a spooky deal on him. Instead of 10.5 rebounds at 7.5 rebounds. You pick the more or less.
Ooh.
Scary.
So spooky. So spooky.
But you can get started too.
Oh, yeah.
With PrizePicks.
Hey, seriously, though, the link's available to all y'all down in the comments, down in the description of today's show.
Now, I don't think your picks have necessarily been affected by the trades.
No, we got Burrow, Stroud, and Mahomes. I'm going the more. Burrow, I got him in fantasy in my family league, so I'm always going to go more there. Mahomes, I'm expecting a big bounce-back game for him, just kind of a little bit of a revenge tour there. And then C.J. Stroud, I did that one for you. I don't have any analysis besides more for Jeremy Chugs.
I wish I could have talked to you before this. He actually had one of his worst games of the season this past week.
That's always due.
Yeah.
I mean, Patrick Mahomes was terrible last week. He's due. I've realized this. I should not have invited Rolly to be the host of this show because Rolly this season has appeared on the Raiders Report 3 times. All 3 times the Lions have won.
Wow.
Week 1, Rolly was on here.
Me and him.
Chiefs, Lions. Packers, Monday night or Thursday night football. Raiders, Lions, week 8. That's on me.
Yep, Rolly.
Mr. Lion himself.
Rolly's a big Lions guy now. That's wild.
He said it to me yesterday, and I go, that's actually kind of crazy. That's actually, I was kind of hoping we'd get a few Lion roars from Rolly. You got a Lion roar in you. Rolly, you got a Lion roar in you? I think you got one Lion roar. What? Oh yeah, that's how I got the idea. Lion roar. Rolly looks tempted. You could tell. Rolly wants to do it. I would make you, but you look like you got attacked by a lion. What's up, knackered Irishman? At 13 years old, waiting for a flight out of New York with my mom, she decides to rent The Shining. Screw the crap out. That's a typo if I've ever seen one. To this day, I'm flying out of New York with my mom and she decides to rent The Shining. She screwed the crap out of me. To this day, one of the best horror movies out there. I'll say this. I've only seen bits and parts of The Shining, but my mother also makes a lot of references to it. So does Alex, weirdly enough. Makes a lot of references to it. There was a part of me, though, where I wondered for a second. I was like, 13-year-old waiting for your flight in New York. I'm like, did somebody hack your account? At first, I was like, I knew Knackered Irishman's a lot older than that. Sorry, Knackered, I know you better now. But I was like, wait a minute here. Raider Nation SMB, I think he's Supergirl. I am Supergirl, that's correct. So Fat Bearded Dad was an MVP earlier this week on the Raiders Report, and it was decided that I was going to be Supergirl. Jeremy was going to be the Ultimate Warrior, somebody from WWE, but because Jeremy had a little bit of we'll call it a situation this weekend, I think he's an Ultimate Warrior for just showing up and being here at work today. So shout out to J Dar, typo. It's all good. Just say, everybody play the movie in 3, 2, 1, and you could have a watch party, best scary movie, and go Raiders. I mean, here's the thing. I see what you're saying. So he's saying this, Jeremy. We pick a movie, okay? We pick one scary movie. We tell everybody from the Raiders Report to watch that scary movie. And we'll go, it's kind of like starting in 3, 2, 1, play. So everybody at home is watching the movie, and then you and I are watching the movie here. I mean, imagine you just tune in and it's just 2 guys with the lights off. Probably covers, watching something scary. I mean, we don't talk during it. You can't talk during it. If you think somebody's going to jump out, type those Y for yeses right now. Type those Y for yeses if you think a goblin's about to jump out of the closet. If you think they're in the closet or in the basement, type C for closet, B for basement. I mean, it would be an interesting thing. I don't know if I'd make it through a scary movie, though. I don't know if I could. What up, DK Mario? If you watch a scary movie without covers, you probably also really enjoy Three Musketeers candy bars. I don't trust you. And king size, but I mean, when was the last time you had a king size candy bar? I mean, and I get this. There's some times where I crave really unhealthy foods, and I'm not trying to say that. But if I see an adult walking around with a king size candy bar, I'm going to look at you a certain way. I'm sorry. I'm going to look at you a certain, like.
God forbid it's a king size Hershey bar.
Oh, my Lord. It's fun. Fun size is the way to go. If you're walking around with a king size candy bar as an adult, I am going to question some things. I'm not going to lie to you. They're like, but it has 3 grams of protein. That's just the way it is. You're probably right. McDaniels and Davis are probably asleep. McDaniels just waking up now like, all right, let's get today going. We got 33 minutes left. Autumn Wind Raider. Who do monsters buy cookies for? The Goal Scouts. All right, so Autumn Wind is our dad joke guy. I'm going to try not to laugh. Why do skeletons never let anything bother them? They never let anything get under their skin. All right, that's a better one. That's a better one. Oh, I love this. Ghost walks into a bar, and the bartender asks him, "Why are you here?" The ghost replies, "I'm here for the booze." Booze. No, that's a good one. I like that joke. Marcus Pratt. 5% of the people in the poll smoke crack and eat both salts for breakfast. Bath salts. Again, the live poll right now, is it time to bench Jimmy Garoppolo? It's been time to bench Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, it's not rocket science to be able to look at him and just say, this guy stinks. He clearly has no arm. And then when you combine him and McDaniels, it's a recipe for disaster. It's a bad one. Marcus Pratt, shout out to my guy here for being a real one. Marcus is actually one of the reasons why we started doing the I feel like Marcus on one show randomly last season dropped like 5 hundo, and then we started doing like MVPs and like giveaways. I forget what show it was, Marcus. I can literally remember, though. It was just like one after another, after another, after another. It was a crazy freaking show, man. 1,500 people here waiting, anxiously wondering, will the Raiders trade away Hunter Renfrow in a world? The McDaniels offense, best horror film ever made. It's the best and the worst. It's the best and the worst horror film ever made. It's brutal. Because the problem is, I want it to end. I mean, imagine sitting through a movie that you don't know the ending or how long it is. Like, I remember watching Avatar thinking to myself, my God, this is a long movie. I remember watching Batman with Jack that one year, and it was like a 3-hour movie. Something just, you're like, this probably could have ended an hour ago. Josh McDaniels is the scary movie that is a bad scary movie that just doesn't end. You just got to sit there and just wait and watch. And you're just sitting there waiting and watching, waiting and watching. How old is too old to trick or treat? Jeremy's like, please say 28. Please say 28. Please say 28. I mean, to me, how old is too old to trick or treat? I'd probably say, how about this? It depends. It depends. Like, if I'm 20 years old, but I got a little brother or sister, that's fine. If I'm by yourself, I'd say 16. Oh, so, I mean, I can remember, again, where I'm from, middle of nowhere, there's nothing to do, so we would go and we would trick or treat. But I legitimately, the last time I did it with my friends, I might even say 13. 13, 14.
Like, if a 27-year-old came and knocked on your door and was like,
looking like that,
trick or treat,
I would literally be like, smell my feet. If you at Blue Richard says I was 20, I feel like 15, 6, like if you're able to drive, you probably shouldn't go trick or treating. Like at what age does a kid pull up to your house and say, trick or treat, and you're like, what's the age? Probably high school. Okay. It's a lot weird. I mean, I guess whatever. Fair. Yeah. We were like wondering what the cutoff was. Like, when is it weird? Rebel said, though, he said if candy had alcohol in it, I'm in. I'll tell you this. If you're a house giving out alcoholic candy to kids.
Hey, new idea. Could you imagine adult trick-or-treating, but you trick-or-treat and it's a shot?
Oh, like the shooters. Like instead of a Snickers, you get a Fireball.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Imagine that the next day. You just dump out like 50 shots. I want to get chocolate wasted. Well, luckily for you, we have a new Hershey's shot. I'll tell you what, that's a great idea.
Adult trick-or-treating.
I'm not kidding you, that's $1 million idea. Adult trick-or-treating. If Snickers were to come out with a Snickers flavored shot, if Reese's were to come out with a Reese's flavored shot, if Babe Ruth were to just copy the Snickers and make that a shot, I mean, you're telling me right now as an adult, I'm intrigued right now. An adult Halloween party where it's like a Reese's shot, Snickers shot. You can't tell me that's not the worst idea ever. Screwball from jars. See, now we're thinking. See, we're here on this show not for the NFL trade deadline, but to create an idea.
Eric says some houses actually do give adults out to give beer out to an adult.
The Chicago Bears are not planning on trading star cornerback Jalen Johnson. Johnson requested a trade early this morning after he had 2 interceptions against the Raiders.
Darren said adult trick-or-treating equals soup kitchen.
Oh, man. Dirty Mike and the boys. Dirty Mike and the boys. Senior Steve said, I mean, imagine. Oh, we got a trade here. Former Raider. The Buffalo Bills are trading for Packers cornerback Rasul Douglas. So for those that don't know, the Buffalo Bills, they drafted Kaiir Elam out of Florida, and he's been a healthy scratch. He was a first-round pick and has not been able to do anything with Buffalo. Hell, there's been some rumors that he might just get cut or released. So the Bills, they just traded for Rasul Douglas. Man, I really wish they would have kept him. Also, I found out today that former Raider Kendall Vickers, one of my buddies that's friends with Kendall, Kendall got released today by the Bills. So he's a free agent. Former defensive tackle for the Raiders, if another one to be thought about. Is this the worst Raiders offense you've ever seen? Yes or no? I mean, it's got to be up there, right? Off the top of my head, I can't think of a worse offense. I mean, you go back and you look at the Raiders led by Jamarcus Russell might have been actually worse, to be honest with you, from a number standpoint. I think the question is, to where the Raiders should be in terms of expectations compared to where they are, you can make a legitimate argument this is probably the worst offense that I've seen in quite some time. Would you do you care if I go get some tea, or can you make some tea for me? My throat right now is not doing too well. I mean, I can go make it. I just didn't know if you wanted to be on screen. Yep. A little bit of corn. And if you could fill up my water, that would be elite. I just didn't want to kick you out for a little bit. Shout out to Chugs for holding it down here. Also, this shirt, I ordered it on Amazon. It's supposedly a large. It feels like a toddler large. This is a large shirt for a 13-year-old. I mean, it's tight. I took it out of the packaging today, and it was tight. All right, there's a report coming in here. It's this from Vinny B. With roughly 30 minutes left until the trade deadline, barring any surprise, the Raiders are expected to stand pat. No traction on Hunter Renfrow trade. The remaining $4 million or so left on his 2023 salary is the reason why Renfrow is not getting traded. So Renfro's remaining $4 million and whatever and change in salary is why teams are not willing to trade for Hunter Renfrow. That's from Vinny B, who covers the Raiders here. So if they don't make anything happen, it is what it is, I guess, for the silver and black. Nothing ends up going down. Tyler says, did you get a woman's large? So it's a men's shirt. It's technically Superman. I mean, I hate to break. I don't have the abs. I don't know if you can even see the abs here. It's technically Superman, and it's a large off Amazon. I mean, it does come with a cape, so maybe it's for a kid, but it's tight. I've had to stretch this bad boy out. I was like in the bathroom, and I'm like going like this. You know, you put your whole like arm up the shirt, you stretch it out a little bit. We've had to make do. Let's just say that we've had to make do. Vic Sacramento, I'm Supergirl. If that makes you feel any better. Nano Boy, how much do you weigh? Take a guess. What do you guys think I weigh? This is always a fun game. We always play guess your age. Then we play a bunch of different games. How much do you think I weigh? I've said it a few times on the show, but I actually just got weighed the other day. I went to the doctor's office. Just do, the checkups that I need to be able to do. Just do the checkups. Blue Richards, how tall are you? Blue, you stood right next to me. I got a picture to prove it. I'm 5'10". How about that? I'm not a tall guy by any means, but I'm 5'10". 5'10". What do you guys think? Patriga says 165. Nano Boy 175. Raiderville 190. Raider Sancho 175. Ben Bravo 208. Stoffel the Badger 197. The Giants are signing Tommy DeVito to their active roster. Tommy DeVito. 180, 169, 185, 197. I am, the last time I got checked, which was about 2 weeks ago, it's a Bruin. I am 5'10". Nice. Oh, that's nice. I need tea. My throat is killing me. The purple one? I don't even know which one, the flavor that is. I am 186 pounds. 186. 186. In college, I think the heaviest I got in college was like 195. My legs were gigantic, though, in college. Nico Laz says 6'1", 208. Jose, 253. Mikey Raider, are we going to trade for anyone? Mikey, I have no idea. It's not looking like the Raiders are going to trade for anyone. Again, the Raiders are a team that's in buy now, win now mode, but yet they're not going to do anything. Why would they? Why would they do anything? The Raiders are just a frustrating team. I hate to break it to you. Oh, wait, we already knew. We already knew. We got some super chats to roll through here. The autumn wind. Why is a cemetery a good place to write a story? It's full of plots. I kind of like these. Do you know why it's called Laffy Taffy? No, I have no idea. Laffy Taffy, good or no? Yeah? See, I like saltwater taffy. Laffy Taffy, not as much. Not as much. What up, Daryl? Trade Jimmy for In-N-Out Burger. We win trade for fire Josh McClown. We have done a food review before on In-N-Out on this channel. We have done one before. The In-N-Out was a good review. I don't remember. Did we say Whataburger was better than In-N-Out? Jeremy's going like this. Jeremy's shaking his head yes.
All right,
Yikes.
you ready?
What?
You ready for some ghost jokes?
Some ghost jokes. To the 1,600 people here watching right now, can we get to 1,000 likes? I can't guarantee that the Raiders are ever going to be good, but I can guarantee you this. Jeremy, Chugs, and I, we're going to do everything in our power every day to make sure that we have a good time. We put some smiles out there, and hopefully y'all have been somewhat entertained today, despite the fact the Raiders are doing nothing.
All right. Here we go. What position did the ghost play in soccer?
The goalie.
The goalkeeper.
The goalkeeper. Okay. I got that one because of the one we got earlier, the dad joke, the goal. That popped in my head.
Where does a ghost go on vacation?
Where does a ghost go on vacation?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Malibu.
That's bad. It's good, but bad.
How do you know if a mummy is sick?
If they're coughing?
You can't stop coughing.
Okay.
Why are vampires easily tricked?
Because they suck.
They're suckers.
All right, hang on. We got some trade details here, and it's kind of crazy. The Bills get Rasul Douglas and a 5th-round pick. The Packers get a 3rd. So remember, the Raiders cut Rasul Douglas last offseason, a player that I begged for the Raiders to keep. Well, Rasul Douglas just got traded to the Bills. The Bills get Douglas and a 5th-rounder. The Packers get a 3rd. Raiders stink.
What does a skeleton order at a restaurant?
Bone-in wings.
Spare ribs.
Ah, dang it. All right, one more.
All right. What do you call two witches who live together?
A soup kitchen. I don't know.
Broommates.
Oh, my God. That's brutal. That's brutal. And remember, y'all, if you want daily videos around the Las Vegas Raiders, click that subscribe button. Turn on those notifications, because if anything ever happens around the silver and black, we got you covered here. What up, Trey? Bring McFadden back, and let's run the Wildcat at this point. Shit, if you're trying to run the Wildcat, let's bring back McDaniels' old buddy Tim Tebow, line him up at quarterback, and we're just going to run quarterback keepers for 60 minutes. It's probably a more successful offense than what we're doing right now.
Next, super chat.
From Fat Bearded Dad, the reason why I'm dressed like this. Have we fired the clown yet? Unfortunately not. I think all of us right now are sitting here waiting, anticipating something that's going to happen. I did mention, though, probably about 10 minutes ago that it's been reported that the Raiders aren't expected to make any trades. We'll see if, obviously, it happens. I mean, it was from Vinny B, which, obviously, Raiders beat reporters take everything they say with a grain of salt. But they are reporting right now that it doesn't look like that the Raiders are going to end up doing anything at the deadline, which, why would they, right? I mean, the Raiders are a team that is apparently in win now mode, a team that's apparently in buy now mode. Why would they do anything? I just want to trade Josh McDaniels at this point.
Over or under 100 snaps for Brandon Bolden this year?
Well, special teams?
Yes.
100 snaps? I'd say the under. I'd say I'd be surprised if he was in 60 snaps. Where's he at?
153.
Really?
Special team snaps.
Oh, okay. I mean, offensive snaps, though? How many?
0.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
You're getting your money's worth, though.
But hey, at least we got Brandon Bolden. If you're ever having a down day, just always remember, at least the Raiders have Brandon Bolden.
You know what? Who else is going to contain on a punt? He's not going to get the tackle, but the contain?
Oh, yeah. You need that. There's nothing I want more than a 32-year-old slow running back being my gunner on special teams. Get him in there. Get him in there. Nico, what do you say to scare bees? Hey, Brett. What do you say to scare bees? Boo, bees. Why? If you're scaring them. I can't hear you. All this hair is in my mouth. Autumn Wind Raider Mitch looking ripped. Should have been Thor. That's why when people are like, did you get a girl like shirt? No, this is a men's large. Men's large, and it's tight. This is I wish I still had abs like this.
Go Getters gang. Give a happy birthday to my son, Damian Saldana.
Damian Saldana? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Damian Saldana. Happy birthday to you. Get those HBDs flowing.
More.
Happy birthday, Damian.
Damian, whether you want to go to a Raiders game, a comedy event, or a concert for your birthday, do it with Game Time.
Hey, that's a great gift item. Create a lot of lasting memories. You might not see a high-scoring game. You might not see the Raiders win, but you'll always remember the experience of being at a sporting event. I'm convinced of that. You pay the amount of money that you do to go to events because they create lasting memories. I can still remember the first Raiders game I went to. I can still remember the first Mets game that I went to with my dad. Sammy Sosa hit a home run. The Mets won 2-1. Mike Piazza, I want to say, also hit a home run in that game. But to me, that's where Game Time can help you create those memories. So if anybody's like, all right, let's go to a cool event, you're kind of sitting there, last-minute deals, Game Time's here to hook you up.
It's Damian Saldana's birthday, and you're like, what are we going to do?
Bingo. And then you're like, you know what? What we should do is we should probably download the Game Time app and then create an account. Use code RaidersChat for $20 off your very first purchase. Again, if you're maybe sleepwalking here a little bit, redeem code RaidersChat for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. NFL trade deadline ends, Jeremy, in 12 minutes. Got a few more people here I want to say.
Don't get mad at me.
In the race. I'm listening.
Don't get mad at me. It was said in the chat.
Okay.
So I'm just simply asking the question.
I mean, it's a fair question.
Where do you stand?
I never want to tank.
Are you team tank for a better draft pick? You want a top quarterback this year in the draft? Or do you think the Raiders should legitimately try to make the playoffs and win? Where do you stand? Either T for tank or J for just win, baby.
I mean, here's my God honest opinion. If the Raiders never try to do anything different, they're not going to win football games. And if you tank on purpose, that means to me then you're comfortable with the head coach that you have and you're going to try to get him a better overall pick and you move forward. Like teams they tank, to me, are trying to literally, pack it in. Again, if you're going to tank and then promise me that you're going to fire McDaniels, I'll take that option. But, man, you just got guys making way, way too much money. Way too much money to tank. It just doesn't sit well with me. Like, I can't do anything in life thinking that people who make that much money to be entertainers, to be football players, can just say, you know what? I'm not going to do it. I don't know if the players do it, but if the coaches are doing it, that's
like us.
It's despicable.
That's like us getting a $500 super chat and being like, oh, all right, we got to go. Later.
Viking Seeps that one night. Dude, we were live, I forget, it was after a Thursday night football game, I want to say. Seeps was live on Vikings, and we were like, all right, we'll do a boot race if we get like a 100. Yeah, it was early. And we got a $100 super chat, and then the stream cut out. And everyone was like, what the F? They just left. It was crazy. Also, we got 23 people in our 50-50 raffle, which we're going to end up doing after the deadline. So I think once the deadline concludes, usually the way that thing goes, then it's like the fax machine. It's got to roll in here a little bit. There's sometimes a trade like 20, 30 minutes after the deadline is done because I don't know how or why. It's just the way that it goes once in a while, especially in free agency. On top of that, report coming out here around the Patriots. The Patriots listened, but are hanging on to young contract year guys like Josh Uche, Kyle Duggar. I'm also told that they never got any calls on quarterback Mac Jones or Ezekiel Elliott. Good job. Good job, Raiders, for not calling the Patriots about Mac Jones. Seriously. I was worried that the Raiders were going to try to trade for Mac Jones or try to trade for Jacoby Brissett.
So, another report
Okay.
here from the Steelers. Actually, this just came out a minute ago.
Okay.
Son of Art Rooney Sr. and brother of Daniel M. Rooney, Patrick Rooney, one of the Rooney family, they own the Steelers, passed away 10 minutes ago.
Oh, my Lord.
Twin brother to John, who passed away in 2022. Pat grew up on the north side of Pittsburgh, graduated from North Catholic High School. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family.
That's terrible, man. So, I mean, every day is a blessing. Every day you wake up, it's a blessing.
Every day is a gift. That's why it's called the present.
I mean, it's fair.
It's from Kung Fu Panda 2.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever seen it.
Master Shifu said,
What did you just say?
The future you don't know, the past you can't control, but every day is a gift. That's why it's called the present.
And what was that person's name?
It actually wasn't Master Shifu. It was
Jeffrey Kreischer in. Christian Gomez in.
Oh, Master Oogway.
I don't know who you said in the first one. I've never seen that movie.
Master Shifu.
Master Shifu?
Master Oogway said that.
That sounds like a specialty roll at a really fancy sushi bar. Kind of sounds good. I could go for some sushi right now.
Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery. But today is a gift. That's why it's called the present.
I like it. It's kind of nice, a little sentimental to it. I wonder if I can drink this tea. It's gonna be hot, hot.
A lot of Kung Fu Panda fans in the chat. Immediately got a lot of Master Oogways, the old turtle guy.
I mean, is it a movie that I should watch? Is it worth watching?
Kung Fu Panda is a great movie.
Yeah. Okay.
Jack Black, Jackie Chan, Angelina Jolie.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't really watch a lot of TV. I bet you I've watched more movies in the 3, almost 4 years that Alex and I have been dating that I watched my entire life.
Well, you had a Crank TV growing up.
I did love Crank Yankers. Do you know Crank Yankers?
No.
You don't know Crank Yankers?
Nicolas Skadoosh.
Does anybody know Crank Yankers? Y for yes and for no. This is big here. This is big. Crank Yankers.
Great news. Save 15% on my car insurance.
Look, yeses for Crank Yankers.
What is Crank Yankers?
I can't believe, dude, it's just so up your alley. Crank Yankers is totally up your alley.
Oh, I've seen clips of it.
Okay.
I've never watched an episode. Is this where they prank call?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's so dumb. It reminds me of the John Cena thing.
It's John. Bro, that's one of my favorite clips.
It's John Cena.
I'm tired of these calls. So sorry. I was just saying if you supported
The military.
the military. Oh, sorry. Of course. Yeah, of course. Well, a decorated Marine member needs your help, and his name's John Cena. Are you kidding me?
Dude, that's funny. The Jerky Boys is another really good one. Yeah, Jerky Boys were way better. Probably. Let's go to Alex. Alex in 2004. Oh, dude, we should play it.
We got to play that.
Would Maxx Crosby
that's one of the best clips of all time.
Be worth a first overall pick? Here's a very unpopular opinion. If the Raiders were number 10, like if they were at like the number 10 pick and Chicago, whoever had it, and they're like, and the Raiders go, hey, Maxx Crosby for the number 1 overall pick, it wouldn't be enough. And I'm just telling you right now, it wouldn't be enough. I don't think that the Raiders would want to trade away Crosby for obvious reasons. But if you were like at pick number 10, 11, 12, and you said Maxx Crosby straight up for the number 1 overall pick, it's not enough. And honestly, I don't think it's all that close. I mean, here's the question. I know a lot of Raider fans would say no to this, but it would cost more. It would cost more. If you could get guaranteed the number 1 overall pick, so essentially you're trading Maxx Crosby for Caleb Williams. It's a huge risk.
Would you do it?
I know, obviously, Crosby is one of the best defensive players in the NFL. I don't think a lot of Raider fans would.
That's basically what that question is.
Correct.
Would you trade Maxx Crosby for the first overall pick in which you draft Caleb Williams?
Yeah, I mean, it's not enough. That's the unfortunate answer to this, right? I mean, you're going to take away the best player on your defense, the face of your franchise, and I just think there's a lot of other logistics in this trade to where if you're the Raiders, like, you just can't do that. And, I mean, if I were to ask every other person in this office, would they do it? Every single person in this office says yes. I mean, because we've already played this game before. Yep, we've already played this game before.
Dude, that's crazy. Look at all these people saying no to this question. That's wild.
Switched it up on
So
him.
many people think Josh McDaniels isn't the worst head coach in the NFL.
Switched it on him.
Wow.
You're crazy.
Yeah, y'all are crazy.
You're crazy, man.
Man, all these people saying no. Sherry Lynn. Nico said no. Anthony said no.
BP, yes, you can't get me. 3 minutes to go here for the NFL trade deadline.
Holmes said no way. Are you crazy?
Are you crazy? If anybody, I mean, what's funny is week 1, maybe I think it was week 2. Week 1 or week 2, I tweeted out, Josh McDaniels is the worst head coach in the NFL. And I've tweeted that out every week at this point. But the amount of comments that are like, can I introduce you to this coach? Can I introduce you to this coach, this coach, this coach?
And see, now all these people are saying yes, they would trade Maxx Crosby for Caleb Williams. They're just saying, duh, yes, absolutely. That's just wild.
Christian Torres, Chugs and Renz for GM and coach. Do you think he'd be a better GM or a better coach?
GM.
Yeah? I feel like I'd be a better GM too. I don't know if I could. I mean, the X's and O's part is kind of tough here.
I think I might be a better. Actually, I think I might be a better coach, just because. Oh, my back. Specifically, just halftime and pregame speeches.
Oh yeah.
I think I could give. I could give a mean pregame speech.
I wonder if it would be as good as Petey's speech at the hibachi.
Probably not even close.
I mean, nothing will top that. That's going to go down as one of the greatest speeches of all time.
Autumn Wind Raider. What did one traffic light say to the other traffic light? Look away, I'm changing.
Yikes.
Function, I'm biased because the Del Rio family is in my hometown of Hayward, California.
Fair.
Where / are your thoughts about him when he was our head coach?
I mean, I think Jack Del Rio did a fine job, right? And the last time I would say, the reason why people go back to what?
45 seconds. Type T if you want the Raiders to make a trade. Type T. Type T, last chance.
But I think the reason why people go back to Jack Del Rio is because he was the last coach that I think people said, all right, that's a good coach. And that's what the Raiders
Type T, we might get a trade at the last second. 30 seconds.
Come on.
If we don't get 1,700 T's, no way the Raiders make a trade.
I mean, what if they're watching right now and they're like, oh, bro, if they get one more T, we're pulling it.
We'll take Mac.
Come on. There's no way we did this whole thing for no trades.
Spam those T's.
There's no way.
There's only 7 seconds.
Unbelievable. 4, 3, 2. The NFL trade deadline has passed. Now, I'll admit this.
They have to let the fax machines roll in.
For whatever reason, the NFL especially, like in free agency, there's times where it's like, all right, free agency's over.
Happy New Year!
No more trades. The deadline has passed.
What was your post-trade deadline resolution?
Cut my hair. I mean, I finally get to shave my mustache today.
I told myself I wouldn't pass out for the rest of the year.
Oh, wow. That's really good.
Yeah, very big of me.
Wow. I mean, I kind of hope that you live through that one. Like, you push through. I think tonight when I get home, I'm going to eat a king-size Snickers bar. I think that's my resolution.
Well, it's crazy. Now it comes in like 2 bars.
So, according to The Athletic, the Raiders weren't even thinking about trying to sell because they're not willing to part ways with their assets and because they still believe that they can win.
Yeah, makes
At
sense.
3-5. Oh, wait a minute. McDaniels just went live. McDaniels is going live now. Oh, this should be I mean, this is going to be great here. Fire Josh McDaniels.
Do they turn the?
Oh, they won't put comments on. The Raiders haven't allowed comments in I don't know how long. Smart decision though.
The Autumn Wind says the Man Show was better.
Oh, the Man Show was something. I'll tell you that.
Is that on Spike?
Comedy Central.
Oh, I feel like.
You don't know the Man Show? Oh, bro. Girls jumping on trampolines was a segment. Think about that in today's world. Girls jumping on trampolines. That was the segment. That was their duck race.
Oh. Bill from Jersey, that's a win. That's a win now. That's what a win now team does. No trades at the deadline, starting the worst QB in the NFL. Also, I know someone from Crank Yankers. You know someone.
Really, Bill? They're Frank from Jersey. That's who Bill knows. Frank from Jersey, part of Crank Yankers. 1,500 people. Alan Maxwell. Yeah, I can't believe that's what they used to call him.
Juggies.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Bro, I'm telling you right now. I don't know how.
Wait, is that the one that Jimmy Kimmel used to be on?
Yes.
Or Jimmy Fallon?
Yeah, Kimmel.
That's wild.
And
Adam Carolla.
Yes. Yes.
That's wild.
As BP Lupp said, 2001 was a different time.
Dude, you know what old show I used to love watching whenever I was a kid?
Oh my gosh,
I was probably
They left the comments on.
I'll put it in the chat so everybody can spam Fire McDaniels.
All right, hang on. I accidentally just clicked out of it. Yeah, I wanna listen to.
They left the comments on. Go spam Fire McDaniels.
Fire Josh McDaniels. All right, here, I'm going to put the link for you guys here in the chat. All I need you to do is just go spam Fire McDaniels over there. Oh, bro, it's heating up in here.
Spam it. Fire McDaniels.
How many times can we do it? How many times can we do it?
Can we break them and make them turn it off?
All right, I'm going to try it. I'm going to tell you this right now. All that I'm going to do until McDaniels stops talking.
Shout out anybody from our chat that you see over there spamming.
All right, I see TJ Johnson, Sergeant Fighter, Hector Gaming in the chat. McDaniels coming up with his excuses again. This guy sucks. Jeffrey Kreischer, I got over there in the Raiders chat. G. Tony is in there. Shout out to Nick Fire. Juan Hernandez over in there. We got Tito, Nick Federico. What up, Stoffel the Badger? Yep, I just got blocked.
I feel like the Elmo meme where he's like this, and there's
I just got blocked.
You got blocked?
I've been blocked. Wait, maybe I can do it now. Oh, now I'm back. I thought they put me in timeout. F that guy, man.
Is it all Fire McDaniels in the chat?
It's unbelievable. It's actually unbelievable. Yeah, he's basically saying that they thought that they did a good job offensively, like they just weren't able to.
Is he serious?
I got to listen to it better here because obviously I'm trying to do both. But
Bro,
he thought that they did a good job trying to disrupt us.
I was like in and out because I was laying down watching it. I feel like every time it was a third and medium, sack.
So McDaniels said we had an opportunity to swing the game on a few different occasions. We weren't able to take advantage of that. He said, like, of course, the game goes on. It's just, yeah, he's saying you end up 47 plays or snaps on offense and 86 on defense. At some point you just get worn out. We have to do better. There's a lot of things that we're going to look at, a lot of the things that we need to consider. We need to do that fundamental things right. First, that's where we got to start, and then we have to find a way to produce. But it looked like you say that you look like the film, and it looked like Jimmy's point was 6 sacks. And, I mean, again, I'm going to have to go back, and I'm going to have to listen to it a little bit more comfortable here, but brutal.
That's wild.
Josh McDaniels just is the excuse king. He's the excuse king.
Josh McDaniels is that guy who, when everybody's ordering lunch, he goes over to order lunch, and you're like, didn't you bring McDonald's? And he's like, oh yeah, I forgot. I did bring McDonald's.
I'm not gonna lie, I can't even think of his name right now.
Chintz?
Oh, that's it. I can't think of it.
Remember when you yelled at him and he was like, "Oh, I didn't know it was you," and you're like,
he's like, "Oh, bro, I thought you just were like an Oklahoma fan or a Texas fan heckling me. That knew your name." Oh man, unbelievable.
Nico says the chat is lit.
Oh, the chat over there. I mean, it's just.
Martin said Miggy Camacho's over there.
Yikes. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to go back and I'm going to have to listen to it. But, I mean, right now, it's just nothing but fire McDaniels going on, and I love it. I love it.
Raider Dabs, not shocked they didn't make a trade. Me neither.
Yeah, I mean, how can you expect the Raiders to do anything when you have a clown as a head coach? Guess what? Not a lot's going to happen here.
Martin is like keeping track of every single person that's over there. He's just like, Blue Richards is over there, Miggy Camacho's over there, Sergeant Fighter is over there.
I'm still waiting to see if any like actual information comes out, but I don't see anything.
Miggy's in our chat too. That's hilarious.
What's up, Miggy? What's up, Miggy?
All right, last chance to get in. Enter me.
Last chance to get in our 50-50 raffle here. $10 to get in. Let me see some other names that we've gotten in. So Gomez was the last one. That was at 25. Raider Sancho in. Jose Delgado in. Jose Medina, you in. Luis Garcia in. Mo Chavez, you in. That puts us at 30. And then William Hogue. That's 31. Mahogue. Oh, boy. Josh McDaniels, the excuse queen. That's what he is. James, you in. James, you in.
Wow. Winner gets $160 right now.
Matthew Lowe's, you in. 33. I mean, it's just nothing but your nose and ums.
$10, winner gets one. Let me double check.
Yep. Make sure you double check. Brutal.
Winner gets $165.
I mean, listen to Josh McDaniel talk at a press conference one time, and after listening to that, you'll understand why he can't coach. because he can't talk. He can't teach. He just is circles.
Oh, my God.
What?
Just check production.
I'll do it after.
It'll take 2 seconds.
Oh, boy. All right, hang on a second here. Wow. Winner gets a Bears tattoo. Wow, congratulations.
That's funny.
Oh, man. All right, y'all. Final call here on the Raiders Report. The Raiders, unfortunately, did not make a deal at the NFL trade deadline, which I think we are all definitely hoping something would get going here in terms of getting the mojo going. The next time that Chugs and I are going to be live is going to be Thursday. We'll be live on Thursday. What?
Martin. Sherry Lynn's over there.
Shout out to Martin for always keeping track, man. I think everybody who's watching right now is a little bit disappointed in the effort that was put on display by the Raiders. There's no doubt about that.
Luis, you still have a chance to get in.
Correct. Josh McDaniels is the excuse queen. Yeah, I mean,
all right,
and he keeps defending Jimmy Garoppolo.
You said get this raffle going.
Let's get this raffle going. The next time you'll see Chugs and I live will be on Thursday for Thursday Night Football. Tonight's show is a little bit different because of the NFL trade deadline. Thank you for bearing with us and hanging out with us. In the meantime, just talking, waiting to see, venting. I think we can all agree it was definitely needed. Tyler. Oh, shit. I don't think I typed it to you. Where did I put that? I have no idea. Hopefully I didn't tweet that. Somebody's like, Tyler Whitehead. Why did Mitch tweet that?
What does he know?
Uh-oh. Luis Rod in. Ira Jackson in. That puts us at 36 names in the hat. 36 names in the hat.
Winner gets 180.
180.
10 to win 180. That's not bad.
10 to win 180 is juicy. 10 to win 180 is awfully juicy.
Raider Sancho, yes, you are in.
Yep, the Raiders were looking for a little bit more for Renfrow. Teams weren't willing to take on his contract.
Nico said, looks like I see how I'm going to pay my electric bill.
Who won the Maxx jersey?
Misty Williamson. I actually don't think you're in, Misty.
Did Misty send one?
She just asked, am I in? I do not see your name, Misty. Have you sent it in? I'll give everybody a chance to see the names.
Misty Williamson. She's in. Yep, I missed Misty. Misty, you're good now. See, that's why you gotta double check.
Here are the names. If you don't see it,
yell at me. Yell at me if you don't see it. So Misty, I have your name now. You're in. Dylan Erickson in. Mario Moreno in.
Dylan E. in.
And then Paul Brewer.
Mario Moreno.
Yeah, I got to go back and I got to look at.
Brew. Winner gets $200.
I got to go back and look at the live stream from last night in terms of who won the Crosby jersey. I had somebody earlier that said that they thought that the names got mixed up. I'll double check. I'll try to double look and make sure, but I'll make sure to figure out all the ins and the outs of the Raiders jersey and all that kind of good stuff.
The outs and the ins.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. The ins, the yours. All right, Jeremy, we got no more names here 41 people in this race, which means winner gets 205. Is that how that math checks out?
40. Wait.
205?
No, it's 40.
Just 40. 37, 38, 30. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. 40.
So winner gets 200.
Winner gets $200. Josh McDaniels. Oh, my Lord.
I'll shuffle it a couple times.
Josh McDaniels said, I'm disappointed that we haven't been able to do more. When asked about the lack of points this season, McDaniels said the answer lies in the fundamentals.
Syrup Sipper said, is Eduardo in? I sent it like 1 hour ago. Realist Raider, am I in? I'll show you the list one more time. Here's everybody we have.
Blame the Raiders players.
Here's everybody we have with the second race. If you don't see your name and you sent in $10, let me know.
If you listen to this press conference, McDaniels is blaming players again. When asked about the lack of scoring, the answers lie in the fundamentals. It makes me sick to my stomach. It really does. It makes me sick. It makes me sick to my stomach. He sucks, man. He sucks. Oh, boy.
Eddie. Oh.
I know. Guys, it's Venmo only. The only way that you're going to get in this race is Venmo only, just because I can't send you the money on Super Chat. So if you want in, you got to Venmo me at Mitchell Renz 365. The people who I have messaged Jeremy in, can you just double check here real quick? I'm going to run through the list. We'll start here with, where do you want me to go? Very, very top?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me go here to the top. I want to say, where does it start?
The first one you sent me was Chris Mell.
All right, so I got Chris Mell twice.
No, nobody was before that, right?
Correct. Chris Mell twice. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Now I got to go back. Nico Laz, Juan A.N.D.,
Yeah.
Kobe Carson,
Yeah.
Joe Bird,
Yeah.
Manuel Ruiz,
Mm-hmm.
Eduardo M.U.R., Raider Josh, Anthony Allen, Monica, Luis Rodriguez.
Anthony Allen twice, right?
Correct. Luis Rodriguez, Corey Maxim, David Perez. How many David Perez's do we have in there?
2.
2, good. Octavio Rosa.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh.
So I didn't know if you said Sal,
Yeah.
Justine, Daniel Can, Misty Williamson, Eli S.I.B., Julian Rodriguez, Jeffrey Kreischer, Christian Gomez, Raider Sancho, Jose Delgado, Jose Medea, Luis Garcia, Mo Chavez, William Hogue, James LaChance, Matthew Lozano, Talon Merritt, Tyler Whitehead, Luis Rodriguez.
Who was after Matthew?
Talon Merritt?
Okay.
Talon Merritt, Tyler Whitehead, Luis Rodriguez, Ira Jackson, Dylan Erickson, Mario Moreno, Paul Brewer, and then Michael Mata just got in. Think we got them all.
$210.
Winner gets $210.
Michael, can I still join if you do it right now?
Somebody asked, what are the names for? It's a 50-50 raffle, $10 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365 for a chance to win some money on Halloween.
Last chance right now.
Michael. Michael's in. I can spell it. It's M-I-K.
Is it last name Midkiff?
Yes.
I knew it.
Sean Navarro in. And then Aaron. Michael Midkiff, Sean Navarro, and then Aaron are all in.
Winner gets $225.
$225 to the winner. Not bad. All right, final call. We're waving it off. We're waving it off. We're waving it off. 60 seconds on the clock. How much do they get?
$225.
Winner gets $225. Ooh, this is juicy.
David, Nico, because we want to keep it to one platform because it's easier to send and receive that way.
Oh, we got a few more.
Oh.
All right. Paul Brewer wants another one, and then Anthony Pack. Final call. Final call. Anthony Pack, Paul Brewer. That's it. No more. 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 And then a little World Series baseball tonight. I'm excited to watch. I'm excited to watch. And, of course, as soon as I said that, Nathan Wolf wants to. Nathan Wolf says, put me in for 2. I'm ready to play today. Look at me. I can be Supergirl.
Rebel, did you want it in?
in?
Rebel, did you want it in before we finish?
I say we do it.
Okay.
I say we do it. We've waited long enough. We've waited long enough.
Nobody else?
Nobody else.
All right.
All right, this race. Ugh. Another one. Hang on. L.A. Smith. Last one.
With everybody saying.
L.A. Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. $250.
$250 to the winner.
All right, we're going to shuffle it together. Shuffle once. Shuffle twice. Shuffle. Actually, just going to shuffle twice.
Michael Flores.
You shitting me?
I'm not shitting you. Michael Flores.
Winner gets $255.
Let's ride. Starting in 3.
Wait, I got to shuffle. Once.
2.
Not twice.
1. Winner gets $255. Go. Winner gets $255. 55. Out to an early lead here is a lot of the aliens. Kind of interesting. Watch out for Mena down there. Monica in an interesting spot. Jose Delgado looking like he's trying to go to his coffin. Maiko, Luis Garcia, all racing forward here. Who's who? Yeah, I'm not really sure what these are. I mean, what's Sancho? I'm trying to figure out what Sancho is. I thought some of them would be Dracula. These witches. I'm telling you this right now. These are the type of monsters that I want to get chased by. I mean, this is like Michael Meyer race. This is just, is anybody going to reach there? Who is flying in? Paul Brewer. I thought he was about to pull up. 9 seconds to go. Nathan Wolf. Oh, man, Nico Laz is right there. He's going to win. He's going to win. You can't make it up. You can't make it up. You can't make it up. I've never seen anybody guys, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. It's unbelievable. We're just going to have to say, Nico, you can't play anymore. I mean, it's unbelievable. Nico Laz. You can't make it up. You can't make it up. I mean, he's got to win more than... Chugs shuffled so many times, too. Oh, hey, I mean, Nico won. Nico Nico, you might as well quit your job, bro. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. Put me in as Nico Laz. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, again, Nico plays more than anyone.
The reigning, defending, undefeated, undisputed champion of the world, Nico Laz.
I'm telling you right now, I wish I could rig it. Because, Nico, I would pick for you not to win. I'm telling you that right now. No, man, congratulations. I mean, that's why we play. I can't tell you who's going to win. I have no idea. It is as random as you guys can see. We do as many of these races as we can, but Nico Laz, man. I've also don't know how many times I've seen somebody win at the very bottom, like of the screen. All right, y'all. Jeremy and I are going to get out of here.
Yeah, Nico, we see that you got Duck, Monster, and Zombie as Venmos. What are you pushing, Nico?
I mean, I could tell you this right now. I've sent him that last one. I said congrats. I've sent him. I just sent him congrats. I sent him a crab, boosters, wow, quack quack. Congratulations to Nico Laz. All right, y'all. If you haven't already, take a second. Hit that subscribe button. Chugs and I are going to be live Thursday for Thursday Night Football. Titans. It's going to be a little Kenny Pickett, a little Will Levis matchup. You're also going to be getting videos, as we always do here on the show. Obviously, the Raiders did not make a move. Nico, I swear I'm a real person. I don't blame people for thinking that he's not a real person. It's true. I mean, Nico Laz is the Baby Ruth of Snickers. Just incognito, no doubt about it. All right, y'all, I want you to enjoy the rest of your day. As you guys can tell, I need to rest up my vocal cords here a little bit. It's good to have Jeremy Chugs back. I want you guys to enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. If anything crazy happens around the silver and black, I'll do my best to keep you guys up to date. Peace out. Enjoy the rest of your day. And make sure you watch World Series Game 4. I want it to get back to Arlington. I want to get it back to Game 6, Game 7. Diamondbacks need to win one. I'm hoping the Diamondbacks win tonight. I'm with you. Lifelong D-backs fan, Jack. Let's go Diamondbacks tonight. Let's get this 2-2. I want Game 7. I want a Game 7 World Series. Let's be real here. I want a Game 7 World Series. Happy Halloween. If you're over the age of 15, don't go trick-or-treating. I think that's kind of the age that we've came to here. That said, it's a little bit weird. Seriously, though, Fat Bearded Dad, thanks for making me dress up today. Shout out to the nation. Everyone enjoy the rest of your day. You got anything? No? Cool. Peace.